Hello, Tess. Well, Fielding's still here. What's up? Oh, I didn't see your other message. Atia of waiting for stream. You're trying to kill me. I'm not trying to kill you. I am just simply building hype. Oh, I should probably respond to this. Guess I will vote yes. Man, I can't even vote no on this poll. What gives? Alright. Alright. We're back. We're gonna go finish this list. I think we've done 3 classes so far, is that right? Guardian... something rogue? Oh my god, what's the class we did Guardian? Seeker? Seeker, yeah. We did Guardian, Seeker, Rogue. So now we can do, we can do, what is it called? Mystic and Survivor. I've updated our little thing. It used to be a notepad, but now I have a fancy little Excel sheet built with fancy conditional formatting. See that shit? Oh yeah. And I decided I will make it a little bit more involved this time. Instead of just ranking for like how look forwarding I am, that's not a word. Instead of just how like excited I am to play the card, I'll also rank on flavor and strength. Maybe I should, what's a word that I can replace this with F that would fit for strength? So we can have 3 Fs, the 3 F criteria. Strength? Force? That's not really... that doesn't really capture the spirit. That's okay. What else? Fright, fear, fit, fist. I guess fist would work in the context of Arkham, but it's not. Yeah, we'll just call it fist. Alright. People don't know what fist is, then no, let's not try to be obtuse here. Okay, so yeah, the rankings will be split into 3 things from here on forward. I could go back and redo some of the ones that we did last time really quickly, but I don't know if I will want to out of laziness. So we'll see. Alright, starting off. We've got Agatha, the Mystic version. So yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Because I guess Seeker gets 1.5, we'll say 1.5 characters. Mystic will also get 1.5 characters, with Gloria being sort of like a re-release. I mean, I've never played Gloria, but I hear she's mega broken, and I guess we'll be able to take a look at her more in detail after this, but we'll start with Agatha. Big Fist Aggie, yeah. Agatha is not very big fist, but she has big brain, big book. 4413, Miskatonic Scholar. When your turn ends, as a reaction, if you're sealed, cancelled, or ignored 1 or more chaos tokens this round, you can play a spell or insight event from your discard pile. After that event resolves, removed from the game. I believe this is the exact same effect as the Seeker version. Elder Sign effect, +2, you may cancel this token and draw another in its place. If you do draw a card, this combos with the reaction, which I didn't realize before. All being said, like, I'm trying to think like how strong this ability actually is. because if you play the event, you do still have to pay the costs associated with it, and then it gets removed. I mean, most of the time I don't think Mystics are cycling their deck that much, maybe. Seeker is more so, but and I don't see Mystics doing it. Her stat line is good, and I don't think I covered that before, but I mean, like 3 foot is passable, and then having 4 and 4 in your main stats is like pretty nice. Deck size 35, so a little bit inflated. So her Mystic version is that she plays Mystic 0 to 5, Neutral 0 to 5, spells 0 to 3 instead of Insight, and then up to 10 Seeker cards. She gets Ocula and Glimpse the Void, which we covered previously. And I guess this is her psychology degree instead of her mathematics degree. Is Spell 0 to 3 and Mystic better than Insight 0 to 3 and Seeker? I feel like getting 0-10 level 0 Seeker cards is arguably better than getting 10 Mystic level 0. Maybe not. They're both definitely playable. Yeah. I mean, she'll be a solid, like, Mystic Investigator. Like, and by Investigator, I mean the person that's taking Investigate actions. So, the Clue Finder. And I mean, she's not gonna probably fight that much, but I don't know. I did see that Sword Cane, I think, is getting an upgrade. Is that right? So there's always potential to fight when you've got willpower. Ocula Obscura is like the cooler part of Agatha rather than having the other two things, but her by herself, strength wise, I don't know, like a 7. I'll give a similar, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna be like that fun. Depends on like how much you can play around this passive, kind of, right? And play around Ocula Obscura. I'll give her a 6 on fun. I mean, this is, predicted fun. Not how much fun I'm currently having with her, because she does not currently exist yet. Flavor wise, I kind of like it though. I think it's like cool that she sort of bridges this like science occult stuff and being able to splash both and be able to choose one of the two, Mystic and Seeker. So flavor wise, I'll give her like an 8. I won't go over Ocula and Glimpse in this case because we already went through them. I gotta get through this shit. Alright, Gloria Goldberg used to be a promo and now she's included. I will say she looks way younger in this art than the other art. I'm trying to, let me go over the what is it? Gloria Goldberg. I just feel like she looks so. Oh, do I not have Wait. Oh no, this is her. This is her. Do I have normal Gloria? Is this the only one that I can see now? Oh my god. They killed her promo version. She's gone, she doesn't exist anymore. Alright, well, whatever, I guess. In any case, I feel like she looks way older in that other art. I don't even know if she's like supposed to be old. but maybe she got aged up because of her lore. So, all right, she's got 5-4-2-1. So evidently she's a little stronger than Agatha, but a little less agile. I mean, do I believe that? I don't know. Agatha looks pretty old. So her having 3 foot and Gloria only having 1 is a little... maybe Agatha did track. Clairvoyant. You can choose the investigator order during the Mythos phase. When you look at 1 or more cards from the encounter deck, look at an additional card and choose 1 non-elite card among them. Either discard it, put it on top of the counter deck, or place it face down beneath Gloria Goldberg, mass 3 cards beneath her. God, that is so good. So good. Being able to like distribute like who gets what during the Mythos phase is just strong. Because I feel like a lot of the worry in Mythos phase comes up when like, you know, like your clue finder draws an enemy that he doesn't really want to draw, or like, you know, your fighter draws like a book check that he like can't possibly pass. Like these situations are just like never going to happen if you have Gloria in your deck. And she just plays like regular Mystic Mythos mitigation as well as just like, and you get to look at an additional card. I mean, I guess if you draw a non-elite, or if you draw an elite, you would have to play it anyway. But like being able to discard it, place it underneath her, I just I look at this and I just like feel like there's no way it's not strong. There's just so much flexibility in it. Like, forget the fact that you have 5 health, right, and 9 brain. You never need to take the health tests, except like on scenario actions. You never need to take like any health tests because you can just give them to other people. Deck size 30, at start you can choose Guardian, Seeker, Rogue. So usually when you have like a secondary class choice, that tends to be pretty good. Like you'll be limited. They increase the versatility by decreasing the level that you can scale to, but that usually doesn't matter too much because the level 0 pool is like the main part of what you're considering building around. So yeah, I mean, like given her pool, she can probably easily choose either like Seeker or Rogue. I mean, she can even take Guardian, which is like wild. I'm curious if people do take Guardian in her, but I feel like Seeker and Rogue are just better options most of the time. Because like Guardian has like these things, you know, in the Mythos where it's like, I'll take that, or like First Watch, or like these kind of cards where it's like they're manipulating the Mythos deck a little bit, but like Gloria already does it, so I just don't really feel like you need the Guardian splash in that case. Deck building options: Mystic 0-5, Neutral 0-5, 10 0-1 events and or skills of your chosen secondary class. So you can't play the assets, but having the skills is enough, I think. Oh god. Okay. Do I rank her other stuff? Do I rank Psychic Sensitivity or Prophecy? I feel like I should loop them into the investigator ranking, right? Because they're not anywhere. They're not going to be anywhere else, so we'll just rank these with her. Psychic Sensitivity, she gets 3 copies of this since their signature event, where I guess she's writing the future in her notebook. 0 cost event commits brain wild, which is already insane. Going +3 on a book. But you probably don't play this. You probably don't commit this unless you really need to. Fast. Play when an investigator at any location draws an encounter card. if there's a copy of that encounter card beneath Glory Goldberg, cancel all of that card's effects and discard both copies of it. Then draw one card. She's too good. She's just too good. It's fast, it replaces itself. And you get basically a free cancel as long as you've seen it before, which is like... I mean, even the first, like, so... Right, second sensitivity is just like, alright, the first one you draw, you place it under her, right? You're like, oh, I don't want to deal with that. The second one you draw, you play second sensitivity, you just remove it. It's just... she's too good. She's too good. Alright, Prophecy of the End is her signature weakness. Omen End Times Surge. If Gloria Goldberg uses her ability, reaction ability, and this treachery is among the looked at cards, it must be chosen and placed face down beneath her. If you cannot, discard a weakness card beneath her first. Then if 3 copies of this treachery beneath her, she is defeated and suffers 1 mental trauma. So this is like a weird one, right? Because the prophecy doesn't actually get included into her deck, which is like arguably a good thing, in my opinion, but it is 3 copies, so it is triggering like a fair amount. And it does like sit under her, which makes her ability significantly worse. I mean, that being said, all you really need to do is, once you're sitting at 2, you just stop using your ability, right? And furthermore, like, you can just replace these, I think, right? Like, let's say you have 3 cards underneath her. You draw Prophecy of the End. And you discard something, so now there's like 2 copies of something plus Prophecy of the End. But then, like, the next turn, I assume you could just replace this, can you not? Which really means, like, I don't really understand, like, how this is a weakness, I guess. There's, like, maybe... So you basically get, like, 1 turn where it's like, oh, like, maybe I can't use my ability to help you. But, like, you know, I think most people can take a round of Mythos without having Gloria do her thing. And then she just is perfectly fine for more or less the rest of the game once this gets discarded. I mean, I guess if there are the scenarios effects, like the agenda advancement effects that like shuffle the encounter deck or something, then yeah, it can get annoying. But I don't know, most of the time I think this is fine. You can never get more than 1 of these, right? Like if you draw 3 in a row. Because the maximum amount that you can add is 1. I think if this reads not how I think it does, which is like if you pick up 3 of these like in a row, and then you have to put like more than 1 copy underneath you, then I think this becomes a little bit scarier. But that is not really how I'm reading how this effect works. I was under the impression that you could only ever add 1 card. But it says must be chosen, so like if you do get more than 1, yeah, I guess I don't know how that works. If you only have to pick 1 copy, then this is a very nothing weakness, in my opinion. But if you do have to choose more than 1 copy, if more than one copy shows up, then I can see this being a little bit scarier. Now that being said, like, I don't necessarily think you need to trigger Gloria's ability every turn. I feel like you only really need to trigger it in situations where, like, you're in like a sticky situation and you feel like you need to like take control of the situation by like kind of smoothing out the Mythos phase, you know what I mean? So for that reason, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't really know how Prophecy works, but if it works like how I think it works, then Gloria is still mega fucking broken. So we'll just give her a 10. This is out of 10, by the way. Flavor-wise, I mean, I guess she is like clairvoyant, so it does kind of fit with her flavor. So I will also give her an 8 for this, I think. I think the psychic sensitivity part and like putting the thing face down is kind of cool. It is like very like augury-esque version of like manipulating the future. Fun-wise, I don't really know how fun she is, other than being incredibly broken. But you know, sometimes being strong is fun, so... I do think that the secondary class choice option does give her like some more flexibility in terms of like how you might want to play her, but like her main function I feel like is just being the investigator plus like Mythos cancel in any sort of form. So I'll give her a 5 for now because I don't really know. I think she's gonna be super strong. I just don't think it's gonna be that fun for me. You know, of course, these are all my personal rankings, so take it with a grain of salt. The Great Work. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen the spoiler before, so I kind of I'm aware of what. How do I word wrap here? Alright, the Great Work. It is a permanent asset. Limit once per deck. Packed Science. Purchase only at deck creation. You gain 1 additional experience after each scenario of this campaign. If you are defeated, you are usurped by the homunculus. Replace each signature in your deck with a random basic weakness. Flip this card and replace your investigator with it for the remainder of the campaign. Let me see if I can't rotate this for you. I guess I can't. Oh well. Well, I'll just read it out for you to make it a little bit easier on you. So basically the idea is you gain an extra experience for each scenario if you take this. But if you're defeated, you lose your original investigator and you play with a gimped investigator for the rest of the game. And if this guy dies, then you are killed, which means you have to reroll. The Lost Homunculus is a 2/2/2/2 investigator, 6/6 health and sanity. Construct Scion cannot be chosen as a starting investigator, so you can only get it through the Great Work. And then you cannot add, remove, or upgrade cards from your deck. You get +2 skill value while resolving abilities on spell cards, which is a little bit niche. Force, when you are defeated, you are killed. Elder Sun effect, +0, draw 1 card. You always wanted to be human. I guess he doesn't have a backside because the deck building is just what your normal investigator is. I mean, I think this is like a cool way to sort of gamble the, you know, it's like Sharon Zolbel, right? Realistically, when people take Charizobel, and you know, you need to invest experience for Charizobel, but you don't need to do it for great work. That being said, like, Mystics already get like pretty good experience gain stuff in the form of like arcane research and down the rabbit hole. So the fact that they're getting something else, you can take all three. I have taken, in thick of it, arcane research and down the rabbit hole on one character. Is it a good idea? Probably not always. But the point is that like they can scale out of control, assuming you don't die. I'd probably take this on like... I would take this more on probably like people that splash Mystic rather than actual Mystics themselves. But you could. I mean, it's like... The reality is that like... This isn't really... To me, it doesn't really feel like a choice between like taking arcane research versus like taking this. Down the rabbit hole, you do have some things to consider, I think, because usually it's like a matter of like how many cards am I trying to replace out in the early stages of the game. But this is just like free XP. Well, I don't want to say free, but it is free. Arcane research, I would say, is like arguably not free because you do have to take the mental trauma. But you can just take both, and I think a lot of people will. There's no reason not to, almost. Like, yes, there's risk to being defeated, but I think a lot of people will just play just to try out Lost Homunculus, and then you could just like, you could cater your deck to the Homunculus, and then try to play off of the Homunculus. And the Homunculus is like, I mean, he's not unplayable. Getting +2 on your spells, I mean, you do start with 2 brain, which is like pretty terrible. But I mean, hey, it's not the end of the world, you know. You would just be playing Gint. I don't know. I think, I mean, I definitely think this is strong, don't get me wrong. It is... I kind of want to say 10, but I'll give it a 9. Actually, there's no real reason to give it a 10. I'll just give it a 10. Because it's just free XP. Like, I'm kind of playing with the assumption that your deck is competent enough to not be defeated, which is fairly easy. I don't want to say easy, but like, on standard difficulty, I don't think it's like, once you're at least competent at the game, you shouldn't be feeling like that many scenarios, unless things are going like horribly wrong. Or like maybe one part of your team isn't like carrying their end of the bargain. I mean, I've been that before for sure. But I just can't argue with like one additional experience. And like worst case, you just like reroll, you know, and like play somebody better or whatever. Like free experience is just too good. It's just way too good. Like the second part of this Lost Homunculus part is a non-factor into this. This is the first 2 sentences here are like basically the only things that really matter. Flavor wise, I do think it's like a pretty good win. I do love the fact that like it's a little bit, I like it that more than Charizobel because of like the nature of like you getting to try again as like this human puppet, I guess, in a way. That's a shadow of your former self. You basically will die, I think, on Lost Homunculus unless you are teching, like, unless you're making your deck in consideration for that, which you probably shouldn't. Oh, sorry, I didn't read this. So yeah, you actually don't have the same thing. You replaced your signature cards with a random basic weakness. So that's like even worse because you can't play with your signature stuff anymore either. The homunculus, I assume, doesn't have a signature unless you count a random basic, an extra random basic weakness as their signature. Yeah, flavor-wise, I do like it. I don't know if it's like. I'm gonna have a hard time rating flavor. It's just gonna be kind of more of a gut thing. Fun-wise, I think this is like a one. Actually, maybe that's not necessarily true. I'll bump it a little bit higher because I do think like if you do need to play around homunculus, it could be a little bit interesting. But you will probably it's gonna be like a little bit of a. It's gonna be more of a struggle than it is like a fun thing to do, but it'll be interesting at least, I think so. All right, moving on, we are at Blood of Thoth. This is a Blood of Thoth. Wall Incarnate. This is a 2-cost asset, commits for Brain. It is an accessory, item relic. When one more Doom is placed on a card you control, exhaust Blood of Thoth. Place 1 resource on this card from the token pool as an offering. If Blood of Thoth has 3 or more offerings on it, remove all offerings and exhaust it. Choose an investigator at your location to immediately take an action as if it were their turn. Okay, so this is like a Doom synergy card. I feel like the rate on it is pretty bad unless you're playing like Amina, maybe, or who's the Mystic Singer lady, Lambeau. Even then, 3 offerings, so 3 Doom for 1 action. It is like an interesting effect because like you can bank the resources, right? So you don't necessarily need to commit it immediately at 3. So if there's like a situation where you do need like an extra action, it can come in handy. But yeah, I don't see this being very strong. But it's an interesting card, I would say, at least. I do think like the Doom Mythotype is just like very much Hail Mary. Yeah, like kind of like a Hail Mary card, I think. It's trying to invest in this is difficult. I mean, there are cards, you know, that do have like the Doom synergy, and you can put a lot of Doom on cards you control, just naturally if you are going that route. But those cards have never been, I think, that good. And I don't think this really takes the archetype over the top in any way. So, but being able to like take an action out of turn can potentially have some like interesting ramifications. So there's some interest, I think, in playing. I have always wanted. I don't think I've played a single Doom archetype Mystic yet, so it would be interesting to try out. But I don't think it's gonna be a good card. Strength, I mean, it's not like unplayable. It also has to compete with a lot of the other Mystic accessories, which is another huge downside. I'll give it a 3. Flavor-wise, I guess it's like the idea. So first of all, like, I don't really understand how this is an accessory. um, you're not wearing this around your neck, certainly. But you know, accessories I think have gotten a little bit more on the wayside, but this seems like a pretty heavy contraption to be lugging around, all things considered. But I kind of get the idea, you know, like Doom kind of acting like, you know, I'm cutting myself to, I don't know, do mystical occultist stuff. So, yeah, flavor wise, I think I have to dock some points just because, like, of the. I honestly kind of wish this wasn't an accessory. Or rather, I wish it didn't take up an accessory slot. Then I would be like a little bit more okay with this. But as it currently stands, I'll give it a 5. Fun-wise, I think, you know, it's a matter of making the Doom archetype work, and I do think there is something to be said about, like, I would play this, you know, I would at least try to play this in some kind of Doom deck. So I'll give it a 6 for that reason. Alright, Breath of the Sleeper. Okay, this is an arcane slot. 3 assets, 3 cost asset. It's your fist. I dig the art. It's a spell, uses 9 charges. Takes up an arcane slot. Fight as an action, use your brain instead of fist. For revealing chaos tokens for this test, you may spend up to 3 additional spend up to 3 charges to reveal that many additional tokens. Choose one of the revealed tokens to resolve and ignore the rest. If you succeed and the chosen token matches an ignored token, this attack deals +2 damage. Huh, okay. Alright, so let's break it down. So 9 charges is like a crazy amount of charges for a level 0 spell. That's Brand of Cthugha 4 level amount of charges. 10 with Akachi. I always gotta mention Akachi here. Use your brain, but you don't get extra fight value, which I guess is par for the course for most of the level 0 fighting spells. Level 0 do anything spells, I guess. But you can basically do a better version of Olive McBride. Reveal tokens and choose one and ignore the rest. And then if you choose something that matches an ignored token, which I assume means that you need to draw, like if you drew a -1 and a -1, and you chose the -1, since the -1 ignores is something that you ignored and you succeed, then it does +2 damage. That conditional, I feel like, is a very difficult thing to pull off. It's pretty hard to do that. But it does deal +2 damage, which is like crazy if you can do it. But you need like a lot of help to like actually make this get there, I think. You need to like play Olive. Does Olive even work with this? So spend to reveal that many additional tokens. But you could feasibly also choose Olive during this, I think, right? And that, as long as you're choosing one. Actually, I think Olive works really well with this, because you just get 2 additional things. You pick like 2, and then, yeah. Oh my god, Olive goes really good with this, I think. But you are pretty much only good for as many olives as you own, which can only ever be 1. Unless you have some other way of doing token manipulation, like like Jacqueline. Now that being said, like, you don't need to spend charges for this to do damage, which is nice. So it's like, you can fight as if you had like a wither, less good wither, I guess, if it runs out of charges. But you can still use your brain for that fight, which is like not bad. And if you have anything that like replenishes charges, like Call to Beyond, you get 9 again, which is crazy. For level 0, I think this is like honestly pretty useful, especially if you play Olive. I think this plus Olive should... you're not guaranteed the +2, but like, you spend even, you can kind of baby it. I think you can like play Olive, spend 1 charge to reveal 1 additional token. Olive reveals an additional 3 to 4, which goes down to 2 or 3 because you're choosing 2 of them. But like, it's weird because you're doing it during a resolve, but I think you're just choosing 2 of the ones that you could pick for Breath of the Sleeper, I think. So like, in a way, like, it gets, I think this like mitigates the downside of Olive McBride. And Olive McBride is already like a very good ally at level 0, so I think this is like really good with Olive, but like by itself it's not very good. That's the sense that I get. I'm curious if they will have a leveled up version of this spell. But I do really like the fact that it does +2 damage. But is it like, whether or not it's better than like, you know, Brand of Gathaga? Well, that being said, it's like hard to compare to that because it's like level 1. What would I compare this to? Like Wither? Would I rather play this or Wither? I would rather play this if I had Olive McBride, I guess, which means I would be teching Olive McBride. I don't know. I'll give this like a 6. Flavor-wise, I mean, I don't really know if this is like a flavor match. I don't really understand the context of this enough, I think, to give it a flavor win. And then fun. I mean, this seems fun. I would play this. I think it goes into like that canceling archetype sort of. Maybe not, it's a little high. I'll give it an 8.5. Tune to Aggie. Yeah, okay. I see it. You get the... Yeah, okay, I can see it. You can choose something, you can ignore. You use like 1 charge. You don't get like a successful fight, maybe. Or you do get a successful fight, do +1, and then just loop something off of when your turn ends. Oh, I just realized that this is when your turn ends. It's not like when it happens, huh? Still, I mean, this plus like Spectral Razor is like 4 damage. Good for 4 damage. I can see it. The +2 makes this like worth trying to build around, I think, because that's just such a nice damage point. Especially at level 0, like, this almost doesn't feel like a level 0 card. It feels maybe better than its level. Eyes of the Dreamer. Okay, so these are all like Dreamer type things, huh? Oh, sorry, I got Sleeper confused for Dreamer. Based on the wording, I assume this is just going to be the same thing as the fighting one, but for Investigate. It's a 3-cost asset, commits for Book. It's a spell, uses 9 charges, takes up an arcane slot. As an action, Investigate. Use your brain instead of Book for this test. Before revealing chaos tokens, you may spend up to 3 charges to reveal that many additional tokens. Choose 1 of the revealed tokens to resolve and ignore the rest. If you succeed and the chosen token matches an ignored token, discover 1 additional clue at your location. Okay, so they kind of they tuned the one additional clue to +2 damage basically, which feels probably more close to the correct exchange rate for those actions. Um, I mean, I basically my comments for this are basically the exact same for Breath of the Sleeper, I would say, with the caveat being that this is probably going to be played way more with the Mystic Investigators in this set because they're both book heavy. Although, I mean, you're replacing your book anyway, I guess, so it doesn't really matter. Um, but I mean, yeah, I mean, you play this, you play Olive. It's like a free, kind of a free deduction every turn, and you can still use this. The really nice thing about these two things is being able to use them even if you do not have charges. I think that's really nice. And the fact that they just have 9 charges. I've been playing around with what's it called? Torrent of Power recently, which is like the skill that you suck up charges to gain Wild with. I mean, 9 charges is just so much. It's crazy. And they only cost 3, which is like not even that bad, honestly. But yeah, it takes a little bit to get these cards going. But if you do have the right synergies like Olive and what is that one Mystic event where it's like you reveal 5 whatevers? Actually, I don't even know if that works for this because you only pick 1. Maybe not. Carnimagos? Oh, I completely forgot about Carnimagos. Holy shit. Oh god, Carnimagos goes so hard with these. Oh, okay, maybe they're stronger than I think they are. I'll bump them up then. I think I'll make these both 7. Again, I don't really know the context of the flavor for these, so I can't rate them that highly. I guess I could rate them a little bit on art, which I guess, I don't know. I guess I'm not that big of a fan. I'll bump to 4. But I'm more or less giving these identical ratings. Honestly, the +2 damage is actually might be a slightly better payoff than Discover 1 clue. So I'll give this an 8 for that reason. There's just like so little things at level 0 that let you get the +2 in one action, you know what I mean? So if you do get like a really nice swing off, and the really good thing is like you're basically guaranteed not to auto fail. If you are trying to proc this, because you're going to be revealing more than 1 token, and more often than not, you just pick one that you're going to succeed with, and I think that will come up probably more often than I think it will. I honestly might actually be underestimating how good these are, but 7 seems like a decent spot to keep them for now. Alright, next we have Katarina Sojka. Oh, okay. A little bit of... Okay, maybe these are all kind of Dream Eaters tangent. They got the Althar back. Emissary from Althar. Ally Clairvoyant Dreamer. Takes an ally slot, commits for book. 2-cost asset. When you reveal chaos tokens during a skill test you are performing, exhaust Katarina. Reveal tokens from the bag until a token with a symbol is revealed. Resolve that token and ignore the rest. Okay, I mean, so right off the bat, I mean, this is basically, you don't necessarily need to play Olive. You could play Katarina to get these procs off. I'm curious. Okay, so let me think here. If you choose to try and proc the ability off of these, right? You would... Can you interrupt your reveal to do this. So like, or maybe you would want to do Katarina early. You would open Katarina, go until you find... No, but you still need to spend the charges first. But still, I mean, the going rate is probably still pretty good to get the tokens. But the other thing is that I think even if you draw until you get an autofill, it's not the end of the world as long as you're using more than one charge on like Eyes and Breath, right? Because you like draw until you get, you know, the autofill. Yeah, I just thought maybe Jim could probably use these pretty well, I think. Okay, I'm having a hard time thinking about how to rate Katarina. I don't think she's as good as Olive. She is cheap though, 2 costs. But I mean, Olive is also 2 costs, is she not? 2 costs, 1/3. If you're just doing Eyes and Breath of the Dreamer, maybe she can arguably be better than Olive. Maybe? No. I think actually Olive's better in the situation for these spells. Katarina is probably better if you just need like a symbol that doesn't F you over. But sometimes symbols can be pretty bad, so I don't know. Like you kind of have to gamble a little bit. I think another nice thing with Katarina is that actually, now that I'm thinking about it, how does Katarina work with... Oh no, you have to do a skill test. Well, no, that's fine. So like, let's say you do this, or you have Rod, you have Katarina, and you're fishing for like a chaos token, or a chaos, or sorry, what am I talking about? Curse token. Or even like 6 cents. 6 cents goes really hard, I think, with Katarina, actually. Because your proc rate is going to be just so much higher. It might not be the token that you want, of course, but... actually, yeah, now that I think about it, she's actually probably pretty good. The only downside is that you have to keep drawing until either you get like an autofill or something, but that's not bound to happen that often, I imagine. So okay, no, I can see her being good. She's a little more frail than Olive, but I can see her absolutely taking play. I'm trying to resolve like whether or not she's better or worse than Olive. I think Olive is still a little bit better, but she's definitely not bad by any means. I think in a lot of it, she'll probably see actually quite a lot of Mystic play. With the downside being that she doesn't give you extra stats, but neither does Olive, so... I will also rate her a 7. Flavor-wise, I do like the art. I like the little cat, showing that she's like an emissary for the cats. I don't know if this is like that good in terms of the flavor. Is like Ulthar, is like the Dreamlands gonna come up as like a thing in the Drowned City? Maybe that's like kind of what I'm thinking will happen based on these cards, but I don't really know. Oh my god, I'm going so slow. Okay, I gotta go faster. All right. Yeah, flavor-wise, I will give it a little bit higher rating just because I like the art better. Fun factor, she could be fun. You know, I like the because my rationale here is that Eyes and Breath are like the payoff, and Katarina is like the enabling mechanism. But I feel like the payoff cards are a little bit more fun because like that's like when things kick. But honestly, like Katarina is like can enable more things than what Eyes of Breath do. Actually, no, I'll buff her up a little bit because I am curious to see how she performs in not just these two cards. I want to see her, you know, abuse like Sixth Sense. I want to see her abuse like Rod even. So I think there's potential there. Sign of Zolotap. Alright, this is a 3-cost asset, level 0. It's a ritual, commits 4 brain, takes up an arcane slot. It's Myriad, steal one of the symbols, Skull Cultist Tablet or Squid. Uses 3 charges. When your turn begins, you must spend 1 charge or discard sign. As a free action, you can discard a copy of sign from your hand to replenish all charges of this copy on this copy of Sign of Zelotov. Okay, so this is basically like if you don't want a symbol, then you can play this and it stops that symbol for a couple turns. Is this worth 3 cost? 3 cost to seal 3 turns? Potentially a little bit more, but like, let's be honest. Not really. I think there's some tech for it, you know, certainly, like because there are just some scenarios where you just have like really bad symbol effects, and so this can come up if you want to block those. But I just don't think that this ability is that good. I mean, sealing is Agatha does sealing stuff? Yeah, I guess, I mean, you can play into Agatha, but I mean, there's plenty of ways to do that. I don't think you really did play this to trigger that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Is this worth in Toth? Maybe. I'm not high on this card. I'm gonna be honest. The problem is, like, I feel like Mystics mostly want to play into these symbols rather than playing away from them, even in the situations where they're bad. So, like, most of the time, I don't see this being very good. But it's not, like, absolutely unplayable. But I probably won't play it. For that reason, I'm also gonna give this, like, a 2. Yeah, I don't see it myself. I don't see myself maybe ever playing this card. But there's probably something I'm not seeing at first glance. Flavor-wise, I guess flavor-wise it's okay, you know. It is like a symbol of protection against one of the symbols. So I guess it does perform in that regard. Alright, next, Spectral Shield. It is a 1-cost event, commits for a wild. Art is, I do like this art actually. It is a spell Spirit, fast, play on your turn, attach to a player card with health and or sanity at your location. When the attached card takes 1 or more damage or horror, cancel 1 of that damage or horror. The owner of Spectral Shield must remove 1 charge from an asset they control. If they cannot, discard Spectral Shield. Okay. No, I see some use case for this. So some nice things. It's fast. It's pretty cheap. It just gives you free cancel for like a while. And the nice thing is that you can remove charges from assets you control rather than they control. Oh no, sorry, from they. Oh no, okay, owner from there. So you need to control charges to block with Spectral Shield, but the charges can come from anywhere, which is really nice. You don't need to exhaust this as well, which means you can block like a lot of damage as long as you have charges. You could just play Breath or Eyes as a charge battery, honestly. And that's like just 9 damage you could block. 9 damage or horror you block. Okay, no. I see this actually being a pretty good card, actually, I think. The other thing I'm just thinking about just now is that if something is like they take damage to perform an action, you could conceivably just keep that card alive. Like, like Beat Cop, right? Exhaust Beat Cop and deal 1 damage. Deal 1 damage to an enemy at location. It takes the 1 damage, right? It took 1 or more damage or horror. You cancel it. It doesn't take the damage, but you still get to ping something. I'm pretty sure. That seems pretty strong. Infinite beat copying. The only thing that's really stopping this from being good is the source of where you get your charges. And I think that it shouldn't be that much of a problem if you're playing Mystic. No, I think I'm pretty high on this card, I think. It's arguably like the use case is probably more than all of these. It's just generic damage mitigation. And it has good like synergies with anything that, you know, it's like you have to take your own damage in order to block something. Like just I'm thinking now like Agnes with this. Parallel Agnes. Sorry, not this Agnes, parallel Agnes. Take 1 damage, except you don't take 1 damage. Holy shit. Even normal Agnes is still good on this. Take 1 horror, except you don't take 1 horror. God damn. Wait, I think this is good. It's good in the right decks. Okay. I'm pretty high on this card. I think I'm gonna give it 8 across the board. Flavor-wise, I think it's like I do love the art here with the little spell circle blocking whenever this horror is coming out. This guy is just unfazed by what's going on to his left, even though he's like has tentacles all wrapped around him. But he's just like, I'm a chant my shit, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love that. Fun-wise, I mean, I'm just thinking of there's I think a lot of synergy things to be said for Spectral Shield. I'm good. I'm playing the shit out of this if I play like Parallel Agnes or something, or just beat. Like, who can take B-Cop 2 with a Mystic Splash? Like Lily, Diana, Sister Mary, I guess. Any of those people. I just like the value of like a free 1 ping. I say free, but I'm probably maybe underestimating the amount of charges that it will take to keep this sustained. But I mean, worst case, you just, you know, get rid of all your charges and it eventually. But I mean, with like 9 charge battery thing assets that we're getting now, that's just like almost a non-issue, I feel like. And then you just play like Call of Beyond. Alright. Next, we got Whispers of Doom. It's a 3-cost event. Mystic commits for Brain Fist. Spell Cursed. Okay, Curse is interesting. Parlay. Choose a non-weakness enemy at your location. Test 3 Brain. This test gets plus X difficulty, where X is that enemy's horror value. If you succeed, defeat that enemy, or deal it 3 damage instead if it is elite. If you fail, place 1 Doom on that enemy. Ah, okay. 3 costs is a lot. But you do get to just defeat them on a single test. Or you can just deal 3 damage. Is 3 damage on an elite for 3 cost worth? Because the Spectral Razor is 2 cost, but it does 2 damage against elites. This is arguably at that level. It's a parlay, so you don't need to actually engage the enemy. It doesn't have the blowback of having to hit the person it's engaged on, assuming it's not you. But the downside that you have to place 1 Doom on them if you fail. But I think, I mean, you play this usually not out of desperation, but more in the case where, like, you know you're gonna succeed. Right? You play this, like, commit, like, Promise of Power or something and go up by 5. If anything, you could, you know, Olive, Premonition or something. Or Katarina even. And you're almost guaranteed the defeat. It's just the main thing that's holding this back is the cost. The cost being 3. 3 is quite high. 3 is quite high, but it's probably worth the effect. I'll give it a 7. I should probably read this wrong. Flavor-wise, it might be stronger than 7. I'll give it 7.5. I don't really know. I might be underestimating this card, honestly. Just a straight defeat is, like, pretty good. The test can be, like, a little bit hard, but at most the test will go to, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 maybe on, like, a really hard enemy. But that doesn't come up that often. Mostly I think you're gonna be testing around the 4 to 5 range. And I think that that's pretty passable for most mystics. You could also live this with Ring of Curses. You can parlay, fail, and then be like, oh, I'm a String of Curses, and defeat you. If it's on an elite though, then you got problems, but you know. Alright, flavor-wise, I mean, I like the art. It's pretty metal. What is even going on the left side here? I can't even tell. All I know is that this guy is suffering. But do I feel like this art conveys what this effect is doing? Not really. If anything, it should be like the other way around, you know what I mean? It's like you are whispering into like some Eldritch Horror's ear, and they are suffering because you're defeating them or doing 3 damage. So for that reason, I feel like it's kind of a flavor fail. Because my perception is that the guy should not be suffering. Well, maybe they should be. I don't know. In my opinion, I mean, it wouldn't really, I guess, be in the like the Lovecraftian spirit. You know, it would almost feel comical if it was reversed, but I don't know. I just still feel like somehow it should have been conveyed the other way. So fun wise, I mean, I don't know. This is like just a pretty generic card. I think it will be like really nice if you get a good Whispers of Doom off, and you're gonna feel pretty good about it. If you defeat like a non-elite enemy with like, I don't know, like what's the Dunwich guy? Agglomeration of Spheres. Is that the right one? The 6 HP guy that discards your weapons or whatever. Like, you Whispers that guy and he is just toast, you know. And that being said, like, you're making the test harder because the fight is normally won. But still, I mean, you get through 6 HP in one action. I mean, that's gotta be worth it, right? But I don't view it to be like a fun card per se. It's not really like, there's no particular like synergies that I'm thinking of right off the bat that are like, that make this card like pop off in any crazy way. Alright, next we got, I have got a Nothua. I have seen this card. I think it's strong. It is a 2-cost asset, takes up an accessory slot. Takes 2 XP, except it's exceptional, so actually 4 XP. Commits for Brain Wild. Item Relic Cursed. Cursed means, you know, you could run Antiquary to get an extra slot for this. You get +1 Brain right off the bat. Good. I mean, you know, Holy Rosary can do it with 0 costs, but play with the top card of the encounter deck revealed. I mean, that's just good, right? It also has 3 health soak for some reason. I don't really know why. But yeah, I mean, playing with the top card of the encounter deck revealed is pretty nuts, so. Now that being said, am I maybe rating this card too high? Initially I thought it was like mega broken, but now that I'm looking at it again, 4 XP is quite a large commitment for an effect that you can get at level 0 with Holy Rosary. I mean, of course, 3 health soak is nothing to scoff at, but like Holy Rosary has 2 sanity soak, so I mean, the health soak is arguably more important for most mystics. Not being able to play this with Toth. I mean, you could. There are ways to wear more than one accessory slot. So you could do it, but you gotta pay up. Spend some dough, and by dough I mean XP. Yeah, I think the more I look at this, maybe it's like not actually as good as I think it is. Playing with the top card of the counter deck is, I think it's nice because, like, you know, seeing what's coming, especially on the Mythos phase incoming sort of thing, there's like a lot of things that I feel like you can like take advantage of having that knowledge at all times. So really, like, this is what you're paying for, right? And I feel like that's kind of obvious now that I'm saying that. You are paying for experience effectively for this bottom effect, because the other 2 things don't really matter. 2 chains, that's right. You could even have 4 chains. I think you can have at most up to 4 chains if you really wanted to. You take 2 of these, which gives you 2. You can take 2 of them, I believe, because it's not a special card. And then you take 1 of these to hold a cursed asset. So you could have 4 chains. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna go with my original kind of evaluation of this to save some time. I think it's pretty good. I mean, it is a little bit heavy on the XP side. Maybe I'll dock a little bit for points for that. Fun-wise, I mean, I don't think it's that fun, but you know, it's fun in the sense that like you get the payoff of spending the XP to enable yourself to play with this card. So I'll rate it a little bit higher for that reason. Flavor-wise, I mean, I don't know who this motherfucker is, so I don't really have any feelings about this in particular, I guess. Yeah. I mean, okay, I guess I can still read the card, because like I am kind of bundling art into this, so I do kind of like the art. Again, is this the eye? This is the specific eye that you're gonna be wearing as a chain, because the light is shining on it, I guess. I do like the art, you know. Got a little bit of that grim, gothic-ish, I guess that'll go for it. I'll rate a little higher than Whispers. But alright. Sword Cane, level 2. Designed by the Council of Poles, which I mean, I guess that means it's a community design card. I don't know how they do that in this game. How does that happen anyway? They just get like some like test players to be like, yo, come up with an upgrade. And then they just like sit in a room for like an hour being like, alright, what card should we upgrade? How should we upgrade it? Okay, Sword Cane level 2, it's 2 cost, takes 2 experience, it's an asset, commits 4 book, foot, takes up a hand slot, item, relic, weapon, melee. It's a lot of tags. It's fast. It's just generically fast, huh? This was Sword Cane one like that. I think it was. No, it's just fast. And fast basically means you can play it at any time, so there's no restriction to when you can play it. So you can play it on like an opponent's turn, you can play it during the Mythos phase, during the end phase if like something comes up. That seems pretty strong. After Sword Cane enters play, you may deal 1 damage to an enemy engaged with you, which immediately is already very good. And then you can trigger the ability Blow without paying its cost, which is exhausting Sword Cane to fight or evade using your brain in place of your foot or fist for this attack, and you get +1 skill value. Sheesh. I mean, this is good, right? I'm trying to think if there's like a way to make this like, if you can recur the reaction effect like indefinitely. I'm thinking like Dexter, Sword Cane Dexter, level 2. Somehow pulling Cane back into its hand and then just playing. I mean, two cost for 1 damage is, you know, the rate is not great, but it is fast. So it is fast and it's testless. And I do think it would be cool flavor-wise. But yeah, like if you can abuse that, I think this would be good. because you still get to, I mean, you play it fast, you deal 1 damage, and then you potentially get to do 1 more damage. And you're getting a brain +1 fight for it, so... I don't know. I mean, this is a very, very worthwhile upgrade to Sword Cane, in my opinion. This just seems good. I mean... I'm struggling to see like combos for it where like you can, it's not like the Remington, the Guardian gun this cycle I feel like has much more evident synergies. This a little bit less so I think, but it's just like generically good. I don't know. It's probably even better than You can play 2 of it. I mean, it comes out fast and it actually like does something. Maybe 9 is a little high. I don't know about it. Because, I mean, 2 XP is not that bad for this. It's really not. Flavor-wise, I do think it's a win. Like, I do like I think the concept of like a guy like pulling out his cane and doing sicko shit with it. I mean, should you be using brain for that is a different question, I guess. But it's baked in the fact that like mystics are the ones that are using pole arms, I guess, at this point. So for that reason, I will keep it high on the flavor side. I think, you know, the fact that it upgrades to something that like comes out like fast and be able to do stuff in that regard is I think really cool. And I do think it's also gonna be pretty fun to play this, but not like super generically. It is a bit of a generic card, so like there's not like any crazy synergy stuff that I'm thinking you can do with this. But if you could play like a, you know, sleight of hand-esque Sword Cane. The thing is, I don't think you want to sleight this because it is already fast. But the concept of, you know, trying to sleight this and bouncing it back and playing it again, that type of thing. If you can do that, then maybe I give it a little bit higher on the fun. I'm just not seeing the synergy right now. Alright, next we have Spiritual Echo. It is a 1 cost event, 2 XP. Commits for Brain Fist. Is a ritual. Attached to your location, limit 1 per location. After you activate or free trigger ability on a spell or ritual, perform that ability again at the attached location as if you were there, ignoring that asset's activate cost, if any. You may trigger this ability from any location. Return Spiritual Echo to your hand. Is this worth 2 XP? I mean, you do get basically 2 actions for the price of 1 by doing this. You do have to pay the cost again though, which means you have to spend 2 charges, but that's probably fine for the most part. On anything, I guess, spell or ritual that you're like exhausting, I can't think of many that would do that. I guess the main thing is like I don't really know how often this kind of effect is gonna come up. Like, you do have to spend the action to play the card, so you're not actually saving any action by ignoring the asset cost. You know what I mean? So you have to like, it has to be, I don't know, this seems a little specific, the use case for this. but you kind of can be like take advantage of being in like more than one location at once, which does have some value, but it's not like a direct thing that I can sort of evaluate. I think this is the strength of this really depends on like the scenario that you're playing. At least much more so than like all the other cards. Flavor wise though, I think it's a win. It does more or less exactly what I think I would imagine a spiritual echo card would do. So I'll rate it highly on that. I don't think this is that strong though, but I would like to be proven wrong. It's not like unusable. Probably gonna give it a 5. I don't personally rate this too high on the fun scale. I have to like, I'm trying to like come up with like a scenario that like would be super sick to execute for this. But I would have to think a lot harder than I'm willing to think right now to get like a really, really solid payoff for this card. I guess, yeah, the one thing would be like something like, I don't know, I guess Seeking maybe, or Clairvoyance maybe. No, these don't even exhaust. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I really gotta think about the use case. But I'm not seeing it too much there. Transfiguration. I have seen some buzz about this card. I think it will be super sick. It is a 0-cost event, costs 2 XP. Commits for Brain Book Wild, but why would you do that? It is a ritual. Choose another investigator card from your collection. Until the end of the game, treat the front of your investigator card as if it were the chosen card instead, including your skill values, traits, ability signs, and elder sign effect, max once per game. I mean, if that's not a sick card, then I don't know what is. It's just like, the possibilities are endless. Now, that being said, like, there's definitely going to be cases where there's going to be some like very obvious things that you probably want to transfigure into. Like just getting super sick, like a stat change that you really need in a particular moment. But this is a little finicky because like I don't really know how this works in conjunction with like any signature things. Like if you're Luke Robinson and you have Gatebox and you transfigure, does that mean you cannot use Gatebox any longer? Maybe I should look up Gatebox instead. I suppose not, it's just for the deck, but I mean these types of things are like kind of where I am not sure how to resolve a lot of the weird ruling cases. But I think it will be really cool to just be like, hey, I'm gonna be somebody else for the rest of this game. I mean, there are some scenarios, which I guess I will choose not to spoil, that I feel like this would be kind of crazy to do and like kind of borderline break the game in those scenarios. You could be playing Lost Homunculus and still be the same investigator that you used to be playing, um, which is kind of cool. And the funny thing is this is not limit one per deck, which means that like you could transfigure into something and then transfigure into something else part way after your first transfiguration. I just think that there is so much like wacky hijinks that you could do with this card. I don't know if it's strong, honestly, because like most of the time if you're gonna be playing somebody, you kind of want to just be playing that person, but like there are definitely situations where it's gonna come up for sure. Flavor wise, this is like a 10. Fun wise, I think this is like a 10. Right? The art is like really nice. Love the use of the colors, and I think it conveys the transfiguration part pretty well. In terms of like the name to effect matching, I feel like it's perfect. Yeah, and then fun wise, I mean, I will look forward to playing this card for sure. I don't know. There's gotta be like a ton of broken shit that you can do with this. I haven't really thought that much about it, but just like when I first saw the card, I was just like, that seems wild. But I'm certain you can do some broken shit with this. I think maybe one of the best parts about Transfiguration is that like if you do something where it's like you become somebody with like a really bad signature weakness and like a so-so signature asset or whatever, like it's just, you know, imagine playing Gloria, but like you don't need to worry about Prophecy of the End ever, right? Like it's shit like that. Imagine playing, I mean, I don't even know, man. Now, of course, you do always have to like deal with your own weaknesses and stuff, but like usually those weaknesses are fine-tuned in a way that are particularly, you know, bad for that person. So if you change yourself to become better able to deal with that weakness, then I mean, you know, why not, right? Yeah, I don't know. It seems really strong. But I can't give it like more than an 8 because like you are departing from your like primary investigator. But I mean the flavor and the fun part, I think, just like take it over the top. I think a ton of people will get a lot of fun out of Transfiguration. I know I will for sure. Alright, next we have Enraptured level 2. It is a level 2 skill, commits for Book Wild, Practice Expert, max 1 committed per skill test. If the skill test is successful during an investigation, place up to 3 charges and or secrets on assets controlled by investigators at your location. So I've always been pretty down on the level 1 Enraptured, because it only commits for Book, I think. Oops, I can't spell. And yeah, I don't know. But this is like very usable now. Refilling charges, I think, is just like a pretty strong ability, especially since they're making it way more like you know, feasible to use those charges in other situations. Transfigure Mystic to Secret. True. You'll have the same weakness, but you know, you'll have the same signature, so it'll be all good. You could do something, I think, wacky with that. I'm sure. Like your level 5 Seeker, you transition into Mystic 1. And then I guess it's mostly the same. Mostly the same after. I think the stat line is all the same actually. But yeah, like level 0 in Raptured is like kind of bad in my opinion, but like this is very, very playable. 3 charges is a lot. The wild is really nice because you can just use it on anything. It is like Mystic, right? But like, you know, you commit on a brain test on something that you're changing the brain, you get 3 charges. On something that uses brain, I don't know. 3 charges is nice. Is it worth 2 experience is the real question. I'm a little less sure about. But if I had to evaluate the card by itself, it's like pretty strong, but like with the 2 XP caveat, I'm probably a little bit less. I have to evaluate it a little lower than what I would normally. Because it doesn't feel like it's worth. Maybe it is. 7's fine. Fun? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's like that fun. It's like you take it if you. I mean, there's maybe some like practice shenanigans you can do with this if you have like Mr. Seeker Splash, I guess. I'm thinking like Amanda Sharp could do some stupid stuff with this, maybe. But those are all kind of like pretty niche use cases, so. Flavor wise, I mean, I don't really know. This is like just so. I like the art, but everything else in terms of the flavor, I think is kind of whatever, so. Alright. Lost Arcana. 3 resource cost, 3 experience asset. It is a commits for brain book. It is an item tome occult, 1 hand slot. Uses 2 charges. Charges on Lost Arcana may be spent as if they were charges on spell and ritual assets you control. After the last clue is discovered from your location, exhaust Lost Arcana to place 1 charge on this card. So this is a charge battery. Again, you know, we are getting stuff that can use charges very well, like Spectral Shield. And so this is like a decent way to get charges back. You do not have to be the last one to discover the clue, which is good as well. And it gives you 2 charges right off the bat, which is probably not great for 3 XP, but you know, you're doing it to get the refresh on charges. You could conceivably hold 2 of these to get 2 charges every time you discover the last clue from your location. I'm thinking right now you could do some stupid like clue dropper stuff to really abuse the charge stuff if you really wanted to. So yeah, I mean there's some synergies there that you could play off of. I suppose, you know, the Mystic hand slots are not that important, such that you definitely could get some value out of this. 3 XP is a little bit higher than I'm probably willing to spend for this most of the time. Like, yeah, I don't know. It feels... You'll get a lot of charges, but it is a little bit slow, and like... costs a lot, takes up a hand slot. It's 3 XP. get the feeling I'm underrating this a little bit, but I don't quite think it's that good. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I do kind of want to play it though, just to see. Like a clue drop. I kind of want to play it with like a clue dropper archetype. I feel like that could be fun. Flavor wise, I don't know. The art is kind of so-so for me. It's just like, it's just a book on some rocks and some glowy tendrils. I don't think it really conveys the effect that well, but I guess it's a little bit hard too. Yeah, I'm not high on the flavor on this one, I think. But I don't know, I'm curious about at least trying to use it. I think it could come up much better than I'm thinking it will, but as of now, it's kind of on the mid side. On the mid side for me. Alright, next we have Deliverance. It is a 3 XP event, costs 0, it's for Brain. It is a Spirit. It's fast. Play when the draw encounter card step of Mythos phase would begin. You draw each encounter card that would normally be drawn this Mythos phase. Cards drawn during this Mythos phase cannot be cancelled, and the first card drawn gains Surge. Skip the draw encounter card step of the next Mythos phase twice, max twice per game. Okay. Twice per game for the entire party or just for yourself? I guess just for yourself. I mean, I don't know if you want to play 4 deliverances, 8 deliverances in your party, but okay, so you're basically tanking a full Mythos phase that is upgraded because you can't cancel anything, and it gains Surge for the benefit of not drawing any cards the next phase. Is that good? Is it 3 XP good? I don't even know if it's good by itself. So the benefit, right, is that like if you know like there's a good power play you can do where you want nothing to go wrong, somebody can play this, tank everything, hopefully not die, and then next turn, you know, see where the dice fall. But like, you do still have to draw all of the cards. Presumably, if you're like a Mystic tanking this, it's like fine. But you can't cancel the cards. I mean, you can mitigate damage, obviously. If you draw a lot of enemies, it might be pretty rough, though. But it's not really like, I mean, ideally you want to see like all of the cards being drawn before you do this, but usually you don't get that. You don't get that luxury. For the benefit of not having to draw cards next Mythos phase, I feel like this would be worth it if you also didn't take the Doom. Which is like, I know I'm asking for a lot here, obviously, but like, by itself, I really don't see this being a very good card. I'm just trying to think of events, like points in the game where like you really want this to happen, and you basically need to be like, you gotta be ready to deal with like anything that comes your way, which is conceivably a lot depending on the scenario. If you draw like, you know, 3-4 enemies, you might just die. unless your, you know, team helps you, which is always possible, but I don't know. I don't see this being that good. Is there some like broken stuff you can do with this? Not really. You can definitely still like mitigate a lot of the stuff coming your way, but enemies it's a little bit harder unless you are the fighter, which can come into play. I mean, I don't know. This is probably okay. But it's not like a 3 XP banger, you know? Like I'm not playing this on every mystic. I'm playing this on very, very few mystics, and you have to like draw it. Like there's just so much like stuff that needs to happen for this to pay off. I feel like flavor-wise, I do like it though. The art is really nice, and it is just like this investigator is like, all right, I'm gonna head out. She says as she tanks 4, 5, potentially maybe more encounter cards that can't be canceled. Sheesh. You don't even want to do this on Gloria. Like, cannot be canceled. Yeah, I don't know. Flavor-wise, sure, you know, send yourself to Kingdom Come. Fun-wise, I mean, is it fun to tank for your team? I guess it might be okay. I'll go to 4. I don't really know. Not too high on that one. Alright. Eldritch Branch. Oh my god, I'm spending way too much time here. I still need one more class. Mystics I just have a lot of cards, or am I just going slow because of this new rating system? Alright, 5 cost. Permanent Exceptional. Or sorry, not 5 cost. 5 XP. Permanent Asset. Eldritch Brand. Pact. Permanent Exceptional. When you purchase this card, choose a non-signature spell asset in your deck and record the spell's name was branded in your campaign log. This is your branded spell. Your deck cannot include more than 1 copy of your branded spell. Before you draw your opening hand, search your deck for your branded spell and play it paying its cost. What? Okay, so I mean, okay, I get it, right? You get to guarantee that you have whatever spell that you want. You do still have to pay for the cost. Play it, paying the cost. It technically, I guess, thins your deck, but like, I mean, a lot of the time, I feel like the spells that you want to get are like usually, you know, like charge based. So if you like run out of charges, like you might want to like replace it, but then since you can't have more than 1 copy, like it means you have to, I mean, you only having to upgrade 1 copy is nice, but like this is fucking 10 XP, bro. You want to pay 10 XP for this? There's no shot that's worth it, right? 10 XP for this effect? No, there's no way. There's no way. This is a 1, I think. I think this is a 1, lads. I can't give it a 1. I mean, the effect is like incredibly strong, right? Obviously, but like, who is spending 10 XP for this? Am I crazy? I mean, I guess, you know, you get what is it called? The Great Work and whatever else the heck. But actually, only the Great Work. It's really, I guess, like you could go the Great Work Charons if you're crazy. It's just not worth it, I think. I'll give it a 2. Just because I think, like, I don't know, if you do get it, it's not like it's bad, right? But I cannot picture myself spending tax for this card. I kind of get the sense that they shouldn't have included this other restriction. You can't have more than 1 copy of the branded spell. That seems like a little over the top for this. Flavor-wise, I think it's excellent. The art here is insane. I love the idea, you know, like taking a pact to like brand it so that you like always have it on hand is really nice. So it's a flavor win for me. But fun-wise, I mean, again, I'm never fucking taking this card. Somebody please prove me wrong, or like in the comments, like tell me how I'm wrong, because like I really am just not seeing the use case for this. Or rather, like I see the use case, but like it's just super overcosted. Like, okay, if it wasn't exceptional, maybe like limit 1 per deck instead. But exceptional, like, good lord. Thank you. Alright, moving on to survivors. Okay, and I still have to do neutral too. Oh fuck, okay, not the way to work tomorrow. Okay, so I will try to hurry. I'll try to hurry. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I just, Eldritch Brand is still throwing me for a loop. Alright, George Barnaby, Lawyer, 2/4/3/3, Civic Drifter. Your max hand size is equal to the number of face down cards beneath George Barnaby, limit 5 cards. You may commit face down cards beneath George Barnaby to skill tests as if they were in your hand. After you discard a card from your hand, place it face down beneath George Barnaby. Then draw 1 card, limit once per phase. Ultra Sign effect +1, draw 1 card. Deck size 35, Survivor up to 5, Neutral up to 5, up to 10 others, Seeker and or Rogue. That's a good splash. That's a really good splash. Deck building, 3 copies of Grim Resolve, Cast Adrift, and then 1 random basic weakness. Additional setup, after drawing your opening hand, place any number of cards in your hand beneath George Barnaby. George is just trying to enjoy his retirement. Yeah, he's just chilling. What is this lore? After spending a month in jail at the age of 19, he felt compelled to become a lawyer. He found great success and notoriety in his career, and as retirement approached, he made plans to set sail around his world with his wife, Maria. On the eve of his retirement, his home was attacked and Maria was murdered by cultists. Oh my god. I'm sorry, George. Now with a lifetime of wealth and contacts at his back, George has tracked the culprits to the city of Arkham, vowing to bring them to justice for their hideous crimes. Jesus, bro. I don't really see, like, what the point of this, like, I mean, okay, like, he did, like, a little juvie-ish, well, not juvie, but, like, you know, he was 19, and he's like, alright, you know, I feel like being a lawyer now. And then they just like skip like, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 years into his life, and he's like, all right, he was a pretty good lawyer. Interesting they say notoriety. Like, was he a hard ass? And then he's like, alright, time to sail the world. Except then his wife got murdered, rest in peace, with a lifetime of wealth and contacts at his back. All the connections he made as a lawyer. Like, alright, time to make these MFers pay. Makes it look like an accident or a message, yeah. Alright, should I do, let's read Grim Resolve Messenger first. Alright, Grim Resolve, it is a skill, commits for wild, innate developed, George Barnaby only. After the skill test resolves, you may swap any number of cards beneath George Barnaby with the same number of non-weakness cards in your hand. Okay. Cast Adrift, signature weakness, hardship, revelation. If there are no cards beneath George Barnaby, shuffle Cast Adrift, otherwise discard each card beneath George Barnaby. Okay. So he plays with this, like, face down, shenanigans, which is basically like, you get to, let me see. When you discard something, you can place it face down beneath George Barnaby, and then replace it. Which basically just means like your discards can still be used to commit for skill tests. So like he's like, you know, skill-based survivor. And he does lean a little bit towards investigating, but kind of flexy because he has 3-3 boot. Honestly, his stat line's like kind of not that good, I think. It's a little all over the place. I mean, it's borderline, it's like basically 3-3-3-3, but like I guess he could lean a little bit towards the investigate side, but even then. After the skill test resolves, you may swap any number of cards beneath George Barnaby with the same number of non-weakness cards in your hand. It's not good. So like you commit skill resolve, you commit Grim Resolve. After this skill test resolves, you may swap it. Resolves meaning the skill test ends, I think. And then you could put those cards back. So like theoretically speaking, like if you do discard stuff, you can still get it back. I assume if you commit the face down cards, they are still sent into your discard pile. And that means that they're no longer beneath him or in his hand. The max hand size is kind of rough. But I think this effect is like pretty good. Like he just gets a lot of free draw, and discarding is like quite a survivor thing. His weakness is like, I mean, I guess it's pretty bad, but I don't think it's like the end of the world. Now that being said, like if you have no cards beneath you, your max hand size is 0. Which means like the first card you draw, you more or less have to put it face down. But at least you get to replace it. I mean, he replaces cards super easily. So I mean, he does lean toward like I think he plays the skill archetype well, I think. Just based off of like the amount of cards he draws. It's like Winifred, but like a side grade to Winifred almost. Georgia Bell trades, that's right. Okay, I mean, I see it. I see his potential. I kind of have a hard time thinking about it though. Also, flavor-wise, I mean, his backstory is amusing in kind of a dark way. I do think he'll be fun. you know, skill survivor. I think we haven't gotten that for a while, right? Or am I crazy? Who was the survivor in Hemlock Vale? Hank? Hank wasn't really that much of a skill guy. So before that probably was Silas. I don't know. I'm looking forward to playing him. I think it'll be interesting. But I have a hard time like coming up with like a deck for him. I think he will be pretty strong. I don't know. I'll keep him at 8. So like, does he end up sailing around the world while also trying to find the cultists that killed his wife? I'm like confused. Or like his journey across the world like led him to Arkham, but like he like still went on the journey and he like got depressed, you know? I don't understand. Did he go on a voyage or not? I kind of don't really understand this like face down part in relation to his like lore, I guess. Like it makes sense for like, let's say Gloria, because like, you know, she sees the occult future with her like writing or whatever. And like Agatha, I guess I can sort of hand wave the spell and event stuff with her signature stuff. I'm a little less strong on the flavor of George by comparison. I don't really know what like the face down stuff is supposed to thematically symbolize in his story. So for that reason, I gotta rate it a little lower. All right. Moving on, we have Anchor Chain. It's a 3-cost asset, commits for Fist. Item Tool. While Anchor Chain is in your hand, you may perform the below ability. If you do, discard Anchor Chain instead of exhausting it. Exhaust Anchor Chain, evade, you get +1 for this evasion attempt. If you successfully evade a non-elite enemy, you may discard 1 card from your hand to prevent that enemy from readying during the next upkeep phase. Okay, so they're printing stuff that's already synergizes with George's ability. So like, instead of playing this and then using it, you can just discard it. It goes back into his face down pile, and you still get to execute the effect, which is to evade at +1. And then you can further discard and keep him from readying for an extra turn. And by not paying the 3 cost, you get like some value out of it, and then you could bounce it back to your hand with Grim Resolve. Okay, I see the synergy. I mean, is this good on like not George? Would I pay this to just play it as if it was a 0-cost event? And I think the answer is like yes. I mean, it's like a 0-cost +1, and you can keep him from readying for an extra turn. That seems pretty good. I mean, there's gonna be some people that want to, like, you could play this on what's his name, Wilson, the Guardian Tool guy, to get like +2. Like that could be pretty good on him. But like for pretty much everybody else, like I don't even think it's really worth paying 3 to do this. But you can just discard it for the effect. And for that reason, I feel like it's like not bad. There are better ways to evade, I think, but labor-wise, I mean, I can see an anchor tying down a deep one, I guess. So you're about to commit some war crimes to this deep one, I think. Give it a higher flavor. Fun-wise, I mean, if you, this is probably just okay on the fun side. think it'll be nice to like kind of wrap up a guy for more than one turn. You probably really want to get the extra discard one to keep him from readying. Alright. I gotta hurry. Sorry, guys. Handhook. A 3-cost asset commits for Fist. Item, weapon, tool, melee. While Handhook is in your hand, you may perform the following ability. So it's like an analog to Anchor Chain, but for fighting instead, you get +1 for this attack. If you succeed, you can discard 1 card from this hand to have this attack deal +1 damage. So the extra discard comes in the effect of +1 damage. Is this better than Anchor Chain? Maybe. 2 damage. The discard 1 like is a little bit hard on people to refill outside of Barnaby, because like Barnaby just draws a lot of stuff. I don't think you play this like a normal, as like a regular weapon. This is like pretty bad. By comparison, I think Anchor Chain's like a lot better in that regard. But it's not like, maybe not. But it is an exhaust weapon, so I don't know. I feel like Anchor Chain feels a little bit more better in that regard. Handhook is just like expensive to use over time. Just this like discard 1, and you have to exhaust it. Probably, yeah, I'll give it a 5. I mean, flavor-wise, the art is like less compelling, I would say, than Anchor Chain. You don't get the impression that you're like about to fuck a guy up, you know? And then fun-wise, I mean, I don't know, I think I'll put Anchor Chain down, honestly. For that reason, they're just tools. You know? There's some discard synergy there, certainly, but these cards, I think, I don't know, I'm not feeling it outside of Barnaby, but maybe that's just me. Lawrence Carlisle. Gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of your sculpture, Carlisle, but let's see. It's a 3-cost asset, commits for book, ally artist patron, 1 health, 1 sanity, ally. You get +1 book. After you discard 1 or more cards from your hand during your turn, you can exhaust Lawrence to gain 1 resource. Okay, the +1 book is really nice on 3-cost ally. He is paper, but he does give you some benefit of discarding in the form of gain 1 resource, which probably comes up a lot on George. One-armed woman was using a hook hand in one of the earlier card arts. Oh yeah, true. Well, let me scroll up to that variant, I think. Was it this one? This looks way sharper than the other one though. This is like a different hook. Or maybe not that art. I feel like I saw the red hook somewhere too, but I can't remember. Okay. In any case, yeah, I mean, if you just need flat book, this guy's, I think, solid at 3 cost. But the effect, I think, is probably more what you're looking for, getting the extra resource. But I think this like the first level 0 survivor that gives ally that gives book. I think, is that right? So like he does have some probably interesting use cases. I'm trying to think right now if there are any survivors that give base book survivor allies at level 0. I don't think there are, but I could be wrong. But just for that alone, I feel like, you know, he has some potential there. And the discard probably comes up more than I think, even outside of George. So, like, this effect is just because, like, you know, it's like you don't feel good about discarding sometimes, but like, even if it's like, you know, if you're like a seeker, you maxed your hand size, and you have to discard. Oh no, it's during your turn. Never mind. But like, you know, if you play like what's it called, cornered, the discard to get +2. Like, you know, I think it's pretty solid. I think it must have. Flavor wise, I guess is the idea that like he is picking up your trash to like sculpt with, and then he gives you some like money he got from his cool art. Is that the idea? I don't really know. I kind of see maybe what they're going for there, but it's a I don't know. I kind of see the vision. Fun wise, I mean, kind of whatever, I guess. Like, you know, I'll take resource. Survivor resource is good. I assume this is the. I feel like I've seen this one. Sculpture looks like teeth. Yeah, dude. He's collecting all the residue of the enemies and our hand, whatever we're discarding. Each block of clay hides all manner of fantastical things. Alright, nautical charts. This is a 3-cost asset. Commits for book, item, tome, tool. Tome? Interesting. While nautical charts is in your hand, you can perform the following ability. Exhaust nautical charts, investigate. You get +1 for this investigation. If you succeed, you may discard 1 card from hand to discover 1 additional clue location. So this is, I think, probably the one that you want to play the most, rather than discarding it. If you are survivor based, then sure, you can discard it, I guess. But like, the consistency of getting this 1 additional clue is like way better, I think, than Anchor Chain and Handhook. But maybe that's just me. You do still have to exhaust for it, I guess, but like, I don't know. It's like, if I have to compare this and Mariner's Compass, I think I'd rather play this most of the time. Because then the discard, like, being at 0 resource is like kind of not always very good. But discarding 1 card, I guess, is not great either. But I think, like, if you play stuff like Glimmer of Hope, which is like a card I love on Survivor, you can get like so much value out of being able to like refresh those cards from your discard pile. So there are ways of like abusing this more so, I think, than like the ways to get like resource at 0 with like Madame Labranche. But I mean, I'm not trying to shit on the compass, Mariner's Compass, or anything. Like, Mariner's Compass is obviously like pretty good, but you know, this is at the very least a side grade to the compass, and I feel like I would rather play this personally, arguably, because like I really like Glimmer of Hope, and I feel like it would go really well with Glimmer of Hope. But I'll rate this higher than at least Anchor Chain and Hook. Flavor wise, I think, you know, your consulting charts to find extra clues seems okay to me. And then I would like to, you know, this is like kind of something you can, I feel, build around to be like a really good survivor. But even if you have survivor splash and you're investigating, I feel like this is like good enough for really accelerating your clue pace, like for a majority, I think, of many scenarios. If you have 2 of these out, like, I feel like you're going pretty hard, actually. I think it's good. I think it's gonna be good. Right, Profane Idol. It is a 1-cost survivor asset. Item charm. It's a what's it called? It is a accessory. Profane Idol can only be played from your discard pile. Okay, more discard synergy here. When Profane Idol is defeated, shuffle it into your deck instead of discarding it. God, 3 Sanity Soak for 1 cost is like pretty good. I mean, of course, Chair's Keepsake is 0, but you can't play it from your discard pile. 1 cost is like almost nothing. And then like if you draw it again, you can like discard it for like more of the discard synergy stuff. That's good. That gets introduced. This is good, I think. It's like the analogous to Improvised Shield. Is this like the... Doesn't Improvised Shield also have this clause? Yeah. Okay. So it's exactly the same thing as like Improvised Shield, but it goes in your accessory. And it soaks sanity instead of health. I mean, I've never played Improvised Shield, but I've always been interested in playing it. But like hand slot is like hard to justify sometimes, I think, on Survivor, but like the accessory slot I think is a little bit more easy to justify for playing, which is why Chair's Keepsake comes up so much in like Leather Coat and stuff, right? Like a lot of the times like Leather Coat outperforms like Improvised Shield because the body slot isn't like as contested, but the hand slot is. So for that reason, I feel like this can come up a decent amount more. I mean, that being said, like, I don't know how fun it is. I mean, it might be pretty fun being like invincible to horror. I can bump it up a little bit. Rank wise, I think it's probably okay. I could give it a 7 maybe. I don't know. I feel like a lot of my ratings are just my rating system is probably, I should have explained that earlier, but it's a little bit not linear, I think. So in terms of flavor, I guess, you know, this is like a Cthulhu looking thingy giving you some sanity soak. I don't know, improvised, like, what is the context, I guess, of this being able to be played from your discard? That is where I think it loses some flavor points. Maybe it's like a thing that keeps like coming back, you know, it's like a cursed object kind of type thing. I could see that, but like then why is it soaking horror, you know what I mean? So probably gotta give it a pretty low rating for that reason. Yeah, I mean, it's a charm, you know, I get it. I just, you know, why from discard? It should have been like improvise, blah, 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 you know, all the improvised stuff. But I guess, like, you know, you can't improvise sanity healing, so I don't know. Anyway. Alright, moving on. We have Catch. It is a zero-cost event survivor. Commits for foot. It's a tactic trick. As an additional cost to play Catch, choose and discard an item asset that takes up a hand slot from your hand or play area. You know, more discard stuff. Evade, you get plus X for this evasion attempt, where X is the chosen asset's printed resource cost. If you succeed against a non-elite enemy and that asset was in your play area, that enemy does not ready during the next upkeep phase. Okay. I mean, flavor-wise, this is excellent, I think. You know, you throw an object that you're either, you know, have equipped, or it's like you're ready to rummage it from your sack. You throw it at him, you bonk him to evade, to break his ankles, and then if it was already in your play area, which is, you know, more of like a game balance thing, then they don't ready during the next upkeep phase. And you get plus X related to the resource cost, which is, I guess, kind of related to like the bulk of the item. So, you know, you bonk them harder for the heavier resource stuff. Like, I think all of that is contributes to really nice flavor win. I think I don't love the art, but I think it fits, at least in terms of how the card is. So I'll give this a 9. Fun-wise, I mean, I do think discarding synergy is definitely there. I mean, a lot of these things that you want to discard. Well, the thing is, you don't really want to discard these ones, though, right? You'd rather discard like an item, and it has to take up a hand slot. So they actually do want you to discard these. That's a little bit harder to justify, but you do get plus X, which is like actually quite a good boost to the evade. But even if you're evading at like +1 or +2, if you do happen to play it, if it's like something fast, like a fast item that in your hand slot that you could play, I could see that being pretty good, maybe. I don't know. It's probably just okay. The not ready parts, I think... I don't know if it was just starting in this campaign, but I feel like... as they've started to print evade to have things not ready during the next upkeep phase more, I feel like this is a good way to boost evade to like a level that is like closer to, that's like makes it better. They incentivize evading much better by printing these clauses, I think. Fun wise, I'll give it like a 6.5. I don't really know. Honestly, maybe I'm probably not as high on this. I don't think I'm actually gonna play this that much. I would love to try and use it, but I don't know if it's gonna come up. Alright, unconventional method. Zero cost event commits for book. Insight tactic. Oh, insight, interesting. As an additional cost to play unconventional method, choose and then discard an item asset. Okay, so this is the same thing for investigate. If you succeed, you get plus X related to the chosen resource cost. If you succeed and that asset was in your play area, discard 1 additional clue at your location. This is like something that you definitely could throw nautical charts at. But you'd probably just keep the nautical charts, right? Unless you exhausted it already and you like really need to get an additional clue. I think the main part is that like you really want to use these, I think, on assets that are in your play area to get the extra effect. Because I do not feel like getting the boost is that good. I mean, in a pinch, the evade one is good, But you don't really want to do this one, the unconventional method, unless you get the extra clue, I think. But that being said, like, committing book is still fine. And like, you know, hypothetically, let's say you're like running a flashlight that runs out of charges, you could just throw it and get +2, +1 clue. It's a good way to do something like that. Old carrying doesn't really work because it discards itself, but I mean, just on flashlight alone, I'm thinking there must be like some other stuff, but there's definitely a lot of things I think that could come up that would be good for this. I'm wondering if they'll have one for the fight as well. But I'm probably higher on this than I am Hatch for sure. Flavor-wise, I think I'm a little bit less good on this Investigate. It's almost Crowbar-esque, at least in terms of what the guy is doing in the art. So flavor-wise, it's not as high for me, definitely. Fun-wise, I mean, I don't know. It's probably about the same. The sketch. Actually, this, like, the thing is, like, I'll probably still play this though. But yeah, we'll probably play it less than relative to how strong I think it is. Alright, moving on, we got Contemplative. It is a survivor skill. You may commit Contemplative to an investigation or skill test during a parlay attempt at your location or connecting location. If this is successful, the performing investigator discovers 1 clue at their location. Okay. So it's like a more niche deduction? It has to be a parlay, but you could commit it to a connecting location, which is nice. But it doesn't give you extra skill. But if you parlay with like find clothes, I mean, it's like guaranteed almost, right? So conditional +1 clue on parlays. It's a little specific, but I mean, oh shit, they have an upgrade. I spoiled myself. They upgraded Glimmer of Hope. Holy shit. Alright, Contemplative, I'll a 6. I like the art. I like how the dog is also kind of being contemplative on the side there. But it doesn't really make sense why the art commits like the parlay attempt is, I think, what strikes me as kind of weird in terms of the disconnect here, I think. So for that reason, I'm gonna give it a little bit lower. But like the discover 1 clue, I think makes sense, at least for a skill card named Contemplative. I'm not thinking enough about like how these maybe synergize with like George specifically. But like, I don't know. Depends on the parlay, how many parlay tests, kind of, you know. Fun-wise, I mean, again, whatever. +1 clue. I don't think I care enough about that by itself. Ooh, I'm looking forward to Glimmer of Hope. Okay, ample supplies. So we're starting to get into upgraded survivor cards. It's a 1-cost asset, costs 2 experience. See some bananas and some apples and rope. Kind of weird. It's a supply card. I think that's the first time I've seen supplies. No, that's not true. Sorry, emergency cash and stuff. My bad. Limit 1 per investigator. Uses 2 supplies. After you discard 1 or more cards from hand, exhaust ample supplies, place a supply on this card. You can discard ample supplies, move each supply on this card to your resource pool as resources. Interesting. Okay, so you can you could double up with Lawrence to get basically 2 resources for every card you discard. So like you discard this, right? and then you exhaust this, put a supply there, you gain 1 resource, and then eventually the other resource comes back to you when you discard ample supplies. But by itself, it's already worth 2 supplies, which means you're going +1 as soon as you play the card. But presumably you want to get more than +1 for ample supplies. So it's like a payoff card later on. That being said, like, it's like not fast. But the action that you take to get the supplies, I guess, kind of makes up for it later on, which is nice. So it's sort of like a setup card that you may want later if you really need the resource. I don't really know if it's worth 2 XP though. Flavor-wise, I guess I'll give it a decent mark. You know, supplies, right? You kind of get them. I don't know why discarding puts them onto the supply. Feels like, you know, discarding kind of implies like a waste of supplies to me, I guess, but maybe that's just me. But, you know, getting some resources is nice. I do think that, you know, it kind of fits with the survivor archetype as well. By having resources not in your pool, you can do stuff like with fire axe and compass and stuff that makes sense. I'll probably at least try to play it. Just, you know, with all the discards, this is like a discard synergy card that I would actually use, you know what I mean? Strength wise, I don't really know how strong it is. Yeah, the 2 XP is really holding it back here. But I suppose I'll give it a 5 for now. Alright. Glimmer of Hope. I didn't realize they upgraded this. Alright, let's see if it's any good. So before, Glimmer of Hope was just committing wild. Or sorry, let's go in order. It's a 1 cost event, 2 XP now, instead of XP 0. Commits Brainfoot Wild. The original one was just Wild. Bless Fortune, Myriad. Glimmer of Hope can only be played from your discard pile. Add all copies of Glimmer of Hope into your discard pile to your hand, including this copy. So basically, they just upgraded the symbols. Okay. I mean, in terms of like actually providing something to discard archetype, I don't think it's like that necessary for you to upgrade this. But you do get 3 cards for the price of 2 XP, which does kind of make it easier. And the fact that it commits for basically 2 brain or 2 foot now is a pretty good upgrade for like a effect that you can almost recur like indefinitely, in my opinion. So I mean, I love, again, I've already said I do love this card, so I will rate it high on the fun. And then especially now with all this like extra discard stuff that you need to be doing, if you want to play this archetype, I do think that it does have a home. So strength wise, I'll give it an 8. It's, in terms of an upgrade, I do think it's like a little bit underwhelming. But it's beyond, it's definitely not like bad for sure. And then flavor wise, I guess I mean, you kind of have to go to the original Glimmer of Hope, and honestly, like, the flavor is not really why I'm playing the card. But it kind of like makes sense, you know, like pulling something from kind of like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel sort of impression of the card, where like you're grasping, you know, your discard pile to pull some cards that, you know, you didn't feel like you used to have or something. I don't really know. I just somehow the vibe it it conveys, I feel like I can understand, but it is a little bit abstract, so that's why I'm a little bit lower on the flavor side. All right, next, good weather. See George taking his ship out, smoking his pipe. It's a 1 cost event for 2 experience. Commits for wild, bless fortune, myriad fast, so another myriad 2 XP card, interesting. Play after the investigation phase begins, group limit 1 in play. Put good weather into play next to the agenda deck and choose a skill. While this card is in play, each investigator gets +2 to the chosen skill. When the investigation phase begins, discard good weather. Jesus, that sounds incredibly good. Okay, so first of all, it's fast, which is nice. 1 cost, it's not very expensive. It lasts for basically 1 full turn until the next investigation phase. And during that, everybody gets +2 to a skill of your choice. Which... you know, obviously everybody is kind of like incentivized to specialize in this game, right? But like, I just imagine like if you're all playing like Mystic or something and you choose +2 book, or sorry, not +2 book, +2 brain, card is like nutty. Even if you just choose like a stat that you're good at, it's a free +2 for like arguably like 3 skill tests, maybe. Even alone, I feel like this is worth playing. But more often than not, you can get 2 people to get like +2 on like 4 to 6 actions or something a turn. That seems really good. And you know, it's good weather. Like, sometimes you see good weather and it motivates you to get +2 in something. Alright, okay. Otherwise, I'll give it like a 7. You know, it's gonna be good when somebody draws in. It's like, hey, I have good news, guys. The snow's clearing up. The rain's getting out of the way. Flavor-wise, I think it sort of makes sense. You can kind of like, what was I gonna go with? So like, yeah, like flavor-wise, I think it's nice because like everybody can sort of take advantage of like the good weather or whatever, but it only really lasts like a little bit of time because, you know, this is Arkham at the end of the day. But while, you know, good weather's in play, everybody's just feeling good, you know. I don't think it's like the best flavor-wise though, because like there are some abstraction things that like, you know, it's like, why are people choosing, why do you get to choose the skill, and like stuff like that. But you know, I understand in terms of the trading, like the fortune, that good weather can be associated with that kind of trade. So, and the effect is like close enough to that kind of flavor where I feel like it's good enough to be a 7. Strength wise, I think I might go higher here, maybe like an 8.5. Myriad, like 2 XP to get 3 of these is a really good deal on like almost any survivor. Like, why would you not play this card? It's like kind of thing I have to ask myself. Maybe I'll do it actually. It's probably worth it. Yep, alright. Improvised weapon upgrade. Interesting. I should highlight the 2 part here. Alright, 1 cost, 2 experience, event, tactic, improvise. You may play improvised weapon from your discard pile. If you do, shuffle it into your deck after resolving its effects, draw 1 card. Attacked enemy gets -2, sorry, -2, wait, not +2. If you play improvised weapon from your discard pile, this deck deals +1 damage. Okay. I'm wondering if they're gonna upgrade all the other stuff, like winging it and improvised weapon. Upgrade winging it might go pretty crazy. -2 fight is like pretty damn good, especially if you like combo with like some other minus stuff. You get to draw 1 card too. You discard it. There is some world where like you can loop this, I think, and it would go pretty crazy. I mean, you have to do it after drawing a card, I guess, but like if you know, are playing Barnaby and you want to be a fighter, you could like play this from discard, have it be the last card in your hand, and then you discard something, draw a card, and then discard it again, I guess. Yeah, there's some, I guess, shenanigans there, but you could feasibly make this pretty reliably. You could draw this pretty reliably later on. To just have like a -2 fight +1 damage for 1 cost, and it draws you a card. This is like a pretty worthwhile upgrade, I think. I don't think it did the -2 fight before, is that right? Yeah, it was -1 fight before this. So you're getting it for the upgrade. You're getting the -2 fight and the +1, or the draw 1 card. Okay. I mean, flavor-wise, you know, it goes back to the regular improvised weapon, which I never thought should have been the -1 fight prop. I do feel like that was like a little bit weird. Maybe, I guess it kind of makes sense. Now that they have so much more like discard synergy, I do feel like these improvised cards are better now, probably. They will likely be better in this cycle. Fun-wise, I'll play this. I'll try like, you know, loop this as like a fight action thing. Maybe not that high. Go 7. I think flavor-wise, this is like around a 6 for me. It's just okay. If anything, it's probably a little lower. I'll leave it at 6. I think it's pretty strong though, really. Like -2 +1 is, and draw 1. Oh man, Marion playing this? Ooh, I could see it. I'm pretty sure she could take either tactics or improvise, one of the 2. I forget which one, but I could see it. Alright, last chance. I do think this is an upgrade as well, right? There's a last chance 0. It's a 3 experience survivor skill, commits for 6 wilds. Gambit, commit only to a skill test with no other cards committed to it. Other cards cannot be committed to this skill test. Loses a wild for each card in your hand. If this test is successful while last chance is committed to it, draw 2 cards. Okay. I mean, this is a good way to, like, you know, if you're really going on hard on discard synergy and you keep this in your keep this in your hand at the end. Like, I mean, +6, you're probably succeeding, you know, most tests that you commit this to. So more or less, I think, just pretend like this is successful, almost regardless of what you're committing it against. And then if you commit, you draw 2 cards. So this is like, commit 6, draw 2 cards. No, that's a little disingenuous, because you're not always going to commit this with no cards left. But even if you go up, if you're like up, if you have like, I would say even 3 cards in your hand, and you're still committing at like +3, that's still like really good. This is a good card. Is it worth 3 experience? The draw 2 is really nice. If you're gonna play like discard synergy stuff, I could see this going really good in Patrice or something as well. Just free draw 2. It's a little bit low on the flavor, I do think. Like, it doesn't really make that much sense to me why like a last bullet is suddenly making you draw 2 cards against this impending tentacle monster thing. Doesn't really make sense to me. Fun wise, I think this is nice, you know, kind of like you're back at the edge sort of fighting type thing. The strength, I think I also give an 8 as well, or same as improvised weapon. I think it's about that good. Even for 3 XP, like, I mean, this is just a really strong skill. And if you can like recur this, then I mean, life is good. Just seems really good. I think it's especially good with Nodens probably as well, which is, I've seen this as well. But this is the last Survivor spoiler. It is the high XP cost Survivor thing that they introduced. Gift of Nodens. 2 cost asset, 5 experience, commits for brain. Ritual, or takes up an arcane slot. As a reaction, when you commit cards to a skill test you're performing, choose a survivor skill card in your discard pile and discard 1 card from your hand. Commit the chosen skill to this test. After the skill test resolves, place that skill on the bottom of your deck once per round. So like I said, you do have ways to recur, last chance or something, but you could do other things. I mean, this is... Gift of Notice seems like such an insane card for like... for Survivor. I mean, how many level 5 Survivor things do we really see, you know, in the entire card pool? This really feels like a level 5 card, you know. The recursion potential of this is like nuts. I'm thinking like, other than something like Last Chance, you could commit any of those like any of the like 1 XP, like the brute force, sharp vision type things. Being able to recur those indefinitely is like also pretty crazy, I think. As long as you have, you know, discards to do it, right? Now, this is limit. I don't know why they don't just print an exhaust clause on this. Maybe because they're afraid that like somehow you can unexhaust this and abuse it, maybe. But the limit is once per round, which is like fine. But you know, if you're getting like a repeat off of a brute force or a sharp vision. Like that alone is just I feel like insane. Because as once you carve out your deck and it's like at the end, you can almost indefinitely like there's some like broken thing you can do basically towards the end of your deck where you have like Gifted Nodens out, you have like I don't know some improvised thing of your choice, and then like just one of the insane survivor skills, and then you just like infinitely recur them in a way that just like breaks the game basically. I mean, you're not going infinite with something like that, but that's just like rudimentarily something just very strong that you can do. Fun wise, I think this gets a probably 10 for me. I'm almost certain to try and build something around this. Like it's crazy good. Flavor, I mean, I guess I don't really know the idea behind the Nodens thing, so I can't really give the flavor that high. I do like the art though, so that gives me some points. And then strength wise, this is probably either a 9 or 10. I'm gonna lean a little bit lower just because you do need to find it, and it is 5 experience, so I mean realistically you can have 2 of these, but my question I guess then, oh no, it's a star, so you can't even run 2, and so you don't really want to get 2 copies of this, like for consistency's sake. I feel like that's just too much XP to commit, but I mean, I compare this to like, what is it, Eldritch Brand? Am I just crazy? I feel like Eldritch Brand is such a bad deal, and this is like, by comparison, just insane. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm very much looking forward to playing Nodens. I think it's gonna be strong. It's gonna be good. All right, finally we are gonna move on to the neutrals. I think this should be the end. I think they also have the weaknesses, I think, at the end, but I'm not gonna go through those because there's no point in ranking their strength and fun stuff. All right, aesthetic. Aesthetic. Is it aesthetic? How do you pronounce that? I don't actually know. It is a permanent asset. No XP condition. Campaign mode only. Permanent. Limit 1 per deck. Purchase only at deck creation. When you purchase this card, gain 10 experience. For the remainder of the campaign, you cannot earn experience. Okay. So, I mean, if you are gonna die and you gotta re-roll somebody like late into the campaign, I mean, why not? You know, 10 XP is 10 XP. Yeah, you can think in the thick of it for 13, I guess. Is there any other way to get around the XP? I suppose you could do something like refine, I think should count against this, so you could like refine a customizable card to pseudo gain XP. You could down the rabbit hole, if you have that available to you, to pseudo gain XP, although they only work on things that you could upgrade in 1 XP increments or customizable. So there are like some ways to get around this. I mean, is it strong? I don't think it's like, I don't think you want to start out with this, right? Unless you want to like, you know, do kind of like a challenge run where you limit yourself to 10 XP for the entire campaign. Yeah, I could see that being kind of something fun you could do. Or you could, you know, just self-impose that limit. But the point is that, you know, like, I feel like 10 XP is like a good breakpoint where it's like at the start of the campaign you kind of know that you're gonna go beyond 10 XP. But you can kind of like challenge yourself, like, oh, what can I do with 10 XP, but still have like a competent, deck that can like win a game, win a campaign type of thing, without going like super hardcore into like the just like limit yourself to 0 XP type of thing. So it's a decent breakpoint. But I think the main use of this is to just you buy it if like you have to replace your character in the middle of a campaign, which I think is fine. So strength, if I had to rate it, like it's hard to rate this for strength. I'll give it a 6. I remind myself like what is an aesthetic. Characterized by suggesting the practice of severe self-discipline or abstention from all forms of indulgence. Okay, so it's like, you're sort of being enlightened or like restraining yourself from the temptation that is getting a lot of experience, I guess. So for that and the art, I think I'm gonna give it a flavor of about an 8. Fun wise, I mean, you like, again, you can make your own fun from making some like challenge run stuff, but you could like already do that by itself, so the limiting factor doesn't really come into play that much, I think. Alright, Short Rest is a 1-cost event neutral, spirit, traded, myriad. Heal 1 damage or 1 horror from an investigator or ally asset at your location. After an investigator at your location plays Short Rest, play another Short Rest from your hand, paying its cost. So certainly you can like either combo this with other people that have Short Rest, but the cost is like kind of bad, right? 1 XP or like 1 cost, 1 resource to heal 1 damage horror. It's not terrible, but like I get the feeling that you don't really want to be spending 1 resource to do that. But maybe it's not as bad as I think. It just seems not great from my gut reaction. But action economy wise, I think, if you do have like a full table or like 3, even 2, like 3 to 4 people just playing Short Rests, and you can all kind of like agree to take a breather, and the action efficiency of it is quite good, but the resource efficiency of it is probably not that good. So for that reason, I guess I'll give it I'm probably a little bit lower on this. I'm not even gonna give aesthetic a rating. There's no point, I think. Okay. Flavor wise, I think it's good, go to a diner, get a cup of joe with your lads. I think the art is kind of nice, they're just kind of taking a break. Who is this on the left? This is Jim, right? Culver? Who is this? I don't recognize this guy. But he must be some other investigator, maybe? Fun-wise, there's some potential there for everybody just being able to like play all their Short Rests in succession. I don't think you're gonna have that much fun comboing off your own Short Rest. But presumably you could play your own 2 Short Rests in a row for 1 action, which, again, the rate is kind of bad, but flavor, I'll give this an 8 again. Alright, Confidence. It is a neutral skill, commits for wild, innate, max 1 committed per test for each additional chaos token revealed during this test. even if it was cancelled or ignored. Confidence gains wild to a maximum of 3 wilds. Okay, I mean this feels more like a mystic skill than a neutral skill to me. I feel like for that reason alone, I might have to dock some flavor points. I don't like. What is the confidence being related to putting additional skill tokens down? I mean, that would make sense if it didn't have like the cancel or ignored clause, but most of the time you're not taking all of those additional chaos tokens, right? Yeah, I'm like about a 5 for the flavor maybe then. Fun wise, I mean, at least I don't see myself playing this. And strength wise, I think it's like just not that good. Like you can go up to +4, which is fine if you're like specifically playing like the Dreamer cards, those spells, but like for everything else it seems incredibly mid. Yeah, I think that's about right. Alright, Spiritual Healing. It is a 4 experience permanent asset. Condition blessed, permanent, limit 1 per deck. When you purchase Spiritual Healing, remove 1 point of physical or mental trauma from your investigator. Okay. Paying 4 XP to heal trauma of your choice. That seems... The exchange rate I don't think is very good. 4 is a lot. You need to be like pretty desperate, I feel like, to do this. Like if you have like way too much trauma. Even then, I don't know. Flavor wise, I think it's fine, you know, healing your trauma. With Spirit, I don't think the art is like that good at conveying like what's happening with the spiritual healing part of it. But you know, he looks like he is recuperating. I don't know if he's recuperating spiritually, but you know, whatever. Alright, strength. Like the effect's fine, but it's just too much XP. 3 experience, like maybe I think this becomes like considerable. Even then, I don't know. The 4 is like, I don't know, it's too much of an ask, I think. I mean, this is like a 1 on the fun skill, I think. Like, I just, if you're playing this, then you're not having a good time. You are not having a good time if you have to buy this card. Alright. Alright, we have a bunch of the specialist cards and then I think we're done. Right? Oh my god, there's a lot of them, huh? Okay, not that many. Well, I say that. Alright, speedrun. Library pass. 1 I guess we'll say, because I think there's an upgraded one I saw. 2 cost, asset, specialist for Miskatonic Scholar only. It is an item, Miskatonic. Limit 1 per deck. Free action during your turn. If there's no asset attached, library pass. Spend 1 resource. Attach a tome asset from your hand to this card. Attached asset takes up no slots. When your turn ends, place the attached asset on the bottom of your deck. So it's like you are borrowing a book, aka tome, from the library. For 1 turn, you play it for free, which is really nice. And it does It does get discarded, which is also good. I mean, flavor-wise, you know, like I do feel like the specialist classes are good for this. I think in terms of what it does versus what I think like a library pass does, it's a good flavor win. The time frame might be like a little docking points there. I see this being like a pretty fun card. I think like I imagine I'll try to at least use it. About 8 here. Strength wise, I mean, there is some world where like you can abuse this for sure, I think. In the base case, I think I'll give it a 6 or 7. So we'll say 6.5 for now. Like one resource for just because usually like the tome things are supposed to be like something permanent, you know, but this makes it kind of like less so permanent, but like feasibly, like if you can recur the card every turn, you can just spend the one resource. It's kind of like you're playing it for free, which is like really nice. But it is one limit one per deck, so it is limiting in that respect. Alright, Dreams of the Play is a 1 cost. I think, are these all 1 cost? No, not all of them. 1 cost skill, commits for wild. Innate Augury. Augury on a skill, huh? Interesting. It's for artists, clairvoyant, dreamer, performers. Commit only to a skill test on a treachery. If this is successful, put Dreams of the Decay into play in your play area instead of discarding it. It's weird for a weird effect on a skill. When you draw a non-peril treachery from the encounter deck, remove Dreams of the Clay from the game, cancel its revelation effect, and discard it. Okay, so you shape some clay into like a ward. And the next time something goes off, you can block it. So this is nice because it's like it gives you the +1 to try and succeed on a treachery, and then by succeeding you get the reward of being able to cancel any non-peril treachery that you draw from the encounter deck. So kind of like a ward of protection that you have to like work for, but it's a skill, so like there are ways that it kind of like helps you get to there. This is pretty good. Like generically speaking, like you play this on like a decent amount of people that, you know, would otherwise take like word of protection, but like you could take this instead. And you know, of course, like you can only get 2 of these off, but like let's be honest, like you're probably only really getting like at most 2 word of protections off in a scenario anyway, right? So flavor wise, I mean, I guess there's something about, you know, like shaping some clay into an idol, but it's definitely not up there with the flavor of Library Pass, in my opinion. But, you know, fun wise, I will also keep this at 7. I think it's pretty usable, and I think I'll probably try to play it on those investigators. Inquisitive. Who is this guy? This reminds me of an actor. What is his name? I don't remember. Shoot. I'll think of it eventually. Okay, it is a 1 cost skill again. Commits for wild. It is innate for assistant, Miskatonic, and scholar. Damn, Miskatonic, scholar getting a lot of love here. If this skill test is successful, the performing investigator may succeed by up to 2 more or down to 2 less to a minimum of 0. Dr. Christopher will never believe this. Okay. So yeah, I mean, Miskatonic Scholar, they do lean towards like the seeker types. I don't know who is an assistant, but I mean, whatever. So I mean, this is like a seeker skill. Let's be honest. This is a seeker skill, right? That helps you boost your thing to up to 2 more, which I think is good for either seekers and rogues, or down to 2 less, which is more for the seekers. So I don't know if there's any rogues that are like Miskatonic Scholar, maybe, but like all things considered, this is basically a seeker card. I mean, do I pay 1 cost for this skill? I mean, the exact rewards on stuff like Inquisitive, like, do lean probably pretty good, but at base, I don't know if it's as good as the other stuff I've seen so far. I think this is kind of a flavor not good. I do like the art, but I just feel like it, in terms of what it doesn't super line up with the art, the effect rather. And then fun, would I play this? I mean, I would definitely at least try to play this, I think, on any sort of like exact succeeding type decks. It's like, it almost guarantees, actually maybe I should bump it up. It kind of like guarantees a particular success result that you want when you play it. And for that reason, I think like it can get pretty nutty, I think, if you are playing this correctly in the correct decks. But flavor wise, I think it's not that good. Alright, Bound for the Horizon. It is a 2-cost specialist card. 2 cost to experience asset, commits for foot. It's like a guy in a robe. What do you call this robe? It's like an Indian garb, I think, almost. It's a talent, drifter, hunter, wayfarer, like a Middle Eastern garb or something. Limit 1 per investigator. During your turn, as a free action, discard a card from your hand and exhaust Bound for the Horizon. Move to a connecting location. So a free move that is perpetual as long as you have cards. Discard synergy, which I think there are some like drifter and wayfarers in the survivor class. That seems pretty good. It's probably worth the 2 XP. This is like arguably better Pathfinder. Does this move trigger attacks of opportunity? It might, because it does have a bolded move, but for the most part, I mean, free move. I mean, I shouldn't say free move, but like, especially if you can get the discard synergy off of this, I see this being pretty good. And even if you can't, it's still solid, I think. Flavor-wise, I guess I have a hard time rating this. I guess like the art kind of makes sense if we're talking about like kind of like these dreamscape scenarios where maybe you're like taking a fantasy train to a separate location, but I don't know. I'm not like instantly sold on it like I am for like Library Pass, you know. But I'll play this for sure. I think this is like pretty damn strong, and I think having the extra move will come in handy quite often for these types of archetypes. Alright, Forbidden Sutra. It's a 2-cost asset, 2 experience. Brain Wild Commits is an item tome, Bless Cursed. It's like a fan of sutras, kind of. Bless Cursed sorcerer deck only. You get +1 value while resolving spell events. That's good. During a skill test on the spell event, take up to 3 horror. For each horror taken, reveal an additional chaos token for this test. Choose one of the reveal tokens to resolve, and ignore the rest. God damn, okay. So it only works on events, but I'm thinking you can definitely play event focused. I mean, let's be honest, this is like, Mystic. It's for Mystics. Taking horror is like not that bad usually on these types of people because they will usually have high sanity soak, and then just being able to more or less guarantee that you'll pass by taking at even just one horror is pretty good. And then you could spectral shield. Dude, I'm seeing all these things that spectral shield will just negate. Oh my god. And then the +1 skill value is like a little bit of the icing on the cake there. But for 2 costs, is this worth it? It's probably worth it. It basically almost makes sure that you will never fail a spell event again, as long as you can keep taking the horror, which is not that difficult, I think, to reconcile. But even, I mean, you only have to do it on things that you feel like you need to pass, right? So I guess it's like a 7.5. Why is my my initial formatting? That was weird. Alright, flavor wise, I think this is nice, you chanting the forbidden text type things. I think that is solid enough, for flavor. Fun wise, I mean, I can see my playing this eventually, but I'm not that excited to play it, I guess, at the end of the day. But I feel like it is pretty strong though. Maybe I'll give it a 6. Alright, Walter Fitzpatrick. He is playing both sides. 3 costs, 2 XP, asset, commits for Brain Book, ally patron Silver Twilight. Oh, okay. Civic Silver Twilight and Socialite only. You get +1 skill value while parlaying. Okay. Some Alexandra synergy. After you successfully parlay exhaust Walter Fitzpatrick, gain 1 resource. That could work with Bianca as well, I think, to gain even more resource. Okay, so this is Alexandra's best friend. I assume that she can take this guy, right? Yeah, socialite. I don't know, +1 skill value, and then you combo that with fine clothes. Cost is kind of a lot, I guess. And then I guess if you do this, then you don't have the ally slot for Bianca unless you get charisma. I'm not as strong on this, but there are definitely parlay type events that can make him pretty good, I think. There's quite I don't think this is a very large pool of people that can use him though. Fitzpatrick, I mean, if he's somebody playing both sides type of deal, I guess I could see him getting some parlay bonuses. So I think that's fine. Fun wise, I mean, I'll probably play this guy on a parlay based investigator, or a deck rather, but it doesn't excite me to it doesn't incentivize me to play it that much, I guess. Your price, what the heck is this? 20 cost. It's a 20 cost event for 2 XP, criminal socialite, parlay, deal 10 damage to an enemy at location, 5 damage instead if that enemy is elite, remove name your price from the game. I can bring him in warm or I can bring him in cold. This is funny. Just parlay. I don't even know why it has the parlay tag, but why not, I guess. 10 damage to an enemy. I mean, that should definitely kill something. Usually I think the scaling ones are elite, so I kind of wish it was just like... I mean, I guess I get it, because in like 2-player or something, like if they don't do this clause, they probably don't want you to one-tap an elite, but it would be very funny. 20 cost is obviously like insane, but like you can get there on various decks. I think a lot of criminals end up being like the rogue class, which plays like a lot of, you know, big money archetypes. Socialite, I don't know as much, but I imagine there's probably some rogues in there as well. 20 cost is like almost certainly overcosted, and you probably like never have to do this amount of damage to something to kill something, but it is incredibly funny and a flavor win. So I don't think it's that strong, just because the cost and the XP to buy this is like insane. But like, okay. I'll give it a 9 for fun. I mean, like, I would be willing to try, maybe an 8 to try this, and I think it gets like an 8 for flavor too. Fuck it, we'll put it at 9. Name your price. The price is 20. We are no deals. That is hilarious. Oh man. True Awakening. Alright, so this is a 0 cost 2 XP event. It's for wild. Is this Lily in the art? Pretty baller art though. Insight Spirit. Blessed Chosen Drifter. I think is Lily the only one with Chosen? Maybe she is. Chosen, resolve 2 of the following in any order. Draw 2 cards, discover 1 clue, heal 1 damage, heal 1. I mean, that sounds really good. Incredibly flexible. I think by default, probably draw 2 and discover 1 clue is the best thing. But if you're really, you know, in a pinch, you can just heal something as well. 0 cost? XP. I would play this on Lily. I mean, I'm playing Lily right now. It's like, this is just good. 2 XP. Is this worth 2 XP? I feel like this is worth 2 XP. This is a crazy good event, I think. It's just, I guess, sad that not that many people can take this, but you know, that's the chosen diff. Blessed diff. This seems really good. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Is this like a 9? This could be a 9. I mean, this doesn't really like inspire me fun-wise, but like it's, you know, again, fun can be strong, so for that reason I will bump it up a little bit. Flavor-wise, I mean, I do love the art, and I feel like there's this aspect of like, you know, collecting yourself and like going Super Saiyan. Going Super Saiyan. It's not like that good, but it 7 is, you know, in my passable, like it's pretty okay range. Art is really nice though. Double Down. It's a 2 XP skill, commits for wild. Immediately I get the rogue gambling archetypes here, but off the art. Criminal Entrepreneur Socialite deck only. Max 1 committed per skill test. After you commit, double down to a skill test. Spend up to 3 resources. For each resource spent, double down gains Wild. So it is like gambling. I'm surprised they didn't trade a Gambit. It's innate? There's no... Really? You're not gonna put Gambit on this? I guess it would be Gambit if it was a success, if it was a word off of the success, I guess. I mean, 3 resource to get like to pass a skill test, I guess we can say is normally pretty good. But 3 resources is a lot. I think, you know, of course, Criminal Entrepreneur can certainly afford that cost, I think, so it's not like a must include type thing. Awakening is like borderline must include, I feel like, but which is why I put it at 9. But maybe I'll go down to 7 here. Flavor wise, I like it, you know, the double down aspect. Although why it gains Wild when you spend it is a little bit different, but I guess, you know, kind of a high roller archetype. I do like the art quite a lot. 3 and 8. Double down on that, damn. Fun wise, I think it's just like average, probably. It doesn't really inspire, I think, me to do anything crazy with it, but you can definitely put up some massive numbers for over succeeding and such. Alright, next, Captivating Performance, 3 cost, 3 experience. Asset commits for Wild and Brain. It is a ritual that does not take up an arcane slot. Dreamer, Performer, Sorcerer, deck only. Limit 1 per investigator. You perform 3 different types of actions in a row. Exhaust Captivating Performance. Take an additional action which must be a different type from all other actions you have taken this turn. Types include Activate, Draw, Engage, Evade, Fight, Investigate, Move, Play, and Resource. Resource. They just say resource instead of game resource, which is funny. Okay, so this is like haste, but for different instead of same. But you also have to do 3 different actions to take the additional action, which also has to be different. And it's 1 experience per haste, or is haste 3 experience? I don't remember. No, haste is 2 experience. So yeah, this is by all means a worse haste, in my opinion. But other people can take it, which is nice. And you know, an extra action, nobody's gonna say no to that most of the time. But the conditionals to get this off can be a little bit tricky. You kind of have to like play in a different way almost to like take advantage of this. But it's not bad. I mean, haste is just too good, but I think this is like usable. But you gotta kind of tinker around it a little bit. I like the flavor on it. Like the colors plus the guy performing, I think it's really nice. And this does kind of motivate me to perhaps make a deck that could take advantage of this, because you do it's kind of like how like Monterey Jack has to like kind of like move and then like move away from his original location to like do stuff. It's kind of you kind of have to play differently when you do this, but I think it can motivate you to like play in a different way, which is nice. Alright, oh god, it's so late. I'll finish though. Cal Sekhmet, 2 resource, 3 XP asset. It is commits for brain. Item clothing relic takes up a body slot for believer chosen cultist. Chosen? Okay. When you enter a location, exhaust Cal until the end of the round. Each non-elite enemy at that location cannot engage you. You cannot deal damage to those enemies. Interesting. Okay. I think it has some stuff that is going for it. So sure, thank you. I'm almost done, I think. This is like a card that would be like really good for like seekers that like want to reveal locations but don't want to like engage enemies that would spawn at that location. But all things considered, like I for 3 XP, I don't think this is good. I don't think this is actually a very good card. The effect is like not bad, but like it's overcosted XP wise. Like very, very overcosted, and I don't know, like there are situations where I just feel like there's less situations where this comes up where like I feel like it would be a detriment than it would be a benefit. Fun wise, I mean, it doesn't strike me as to be a very fun card, but it could be cool to be like, I know there's this like one place. I feel like there's a lot of things in Forgotten Age that where this might come up, but there's like a location or a bunch of snakes spawn if you reveal the location. This would be like perfect for that like specific situation, and not very many other places. So, but flavor-wise, I guess it's like okay. It's like a protective, you know, piece of cloaking. It's like an invisibility cloak-ish or something. So. I can bump it up a little bit. Alright, Dakota Garofalo. A 4-cost ally asset, 3 experience, commits for Brain Fist, Ally Hunter Wayfarer, 4 Detective Hunter Wayfarer. While there is a creature or monster enemy at your location, you get +1 Brain and +1 Fist. That is strong. Exhaust Dakota, move an enemy at your location or connecting location. Oh, sorry, choose an enemy at your location or connecting location. Move to the chosen's enemy location and engage it. What the fuck? That's really good. In like scenarios where there's like a lot of these guys, Dakota is gonna pop off. The stats, you get 2 stats as well. And it does like a move engage, which is really good for like those annoying aloof enemies that don't spawn in your location. Really good tech, I think, in specific scenarios. She's not always gonna be like your ideal ally, but like in the scenarios where she's good, she's probably like really good. And I think she does have the right tags for the people that want these stats and that want to be doing the fighting. So I'll give her like an 8. She's like a hunter. Seems fine. Helps you like track down an enemy to engage. I think that makes sense. I would play this. 8s across the board. Don't take these ratings so seriously, since like maybe the start of aesthetic. I feel like I have been really going fast here on these, but you know, it is what it is. Grindstone. Nose to the Grindstone. 2 cost, 3 experience asset. It's a talent, commits for book. Criminal, drifter, entrepreneur only. This guy's like tinkering with a mechanical egg. As a free trigger during a skill test on a tool asset, exhaust Nose to the Grindstone, you get +2 value. If this skill test fails, either replenish 1 supply on that asset or gain 1 resource. Huh. I mean, if you play, you know, like a tool-centered deck, this seems like kind of like a no-brainer for a lot of those things. Just generic, like, no resource +2 that you can do every turn for 3 costs. Seems good. Seems pretty strong. And it has a fail clause. It's just restricted by a little bit high XP, and actually I don't know. I guess it kind of falls in the line of those like tri-class, Edge of the Earth talents. It's about at that level, I guess. But it's restricted to 2 assets. No, I mean, it's okay. It's just okay, I think. I may be underrating it. It's probably higher on some specific people. Is Wilson a entrepreneur by any chance? He's a drifter. Okay, so Wilson can play this. I mean, Wilson is like my obvious use case for this, but whatever. All gospel? Nah. I am not the Arkham authority, sadly. I'm just writing my medium opinion pieces. Flavor-wise, I guess it's like he's working really hard on tinkering with his tools to do something with the tool. So I guess it's okay on the flavor end. I don't know why. Where does the replenish 1 supply come from? Question mark a little bit. Fun wise, I mean, I'll play this on Wilson and maybe just Wilson. Alright, next, sound support. It's a 2 cost, 3 experience asset. Commits for Brain. This is Carolyn and Agnes, I guess. Talent for Assistant Medic Warden, only limit 1 per investigator. Sound support may be assigned damage and horror, dealt to other investigators at your location. When your turn begins, heal 1 damage or 1 horror from sound support. That is incredibly solid healing. So you can use it, take a damage. When your turn begins, you can heal it off. You can also tank. It also acts as, you know, your own damage sort as well. I don't know, that seems pretty good to me. I mean, like on Carolyn and like, what's his name, Vincent, this kind of pops off. I mean, it's like an easy way for you to trigger like on the mend, just getting extra resource. 3 experience is a little bit expensive, but like, I guess you're paying for like the regen part mostly here, and being able to trigger. Who the heck are assistants? I don't know anybody with the assistant tag. Min? Is Min an assistant? Anyway, only Carolyn and Vincent come to mind. Is Carolyn a warden? No, she's a medic. Okay. Well, anyway, she gets the medic tag. But, I mean, she should. She's on the heart. I would hope that she could play it. Otherwise, it'd be like a little, I don't know. Yeah, strength-wise, I think this is like pretty solid. I think flavor-wise, I think the art fits well with the title or the name of the card, and as well in terms of like what it does. You know, you kind of like console them a little bit. Maybe an 8.5. I will absolutely play this on most of the Medic decks, I think. Maybe I'll take down the strength a little bit. Just tweak it a little bit. I'm just I don't want to repeat numbers, kind of. But also, I think, like, realistically speaking, like, healing does not always like help you progress the game, you know. So, and especially since you have to spend like 3 XP to do this, I feel like, you know, by comparison, something like Dakota and True Awakening are much better in that regard. Right, Trench Armor, 2 cost asset, 3 experience, commits 4, Brain, Fist, an item, armor, takes up the body slot, has 3 health, no sanity, agency, police veteran only, cancel the first attack of opportunity made against you each round. The fact that it's attack of opportunity only is kind of on this, but like it's almost like a bulletproof vest, but better. Or is bulletproof vest 4? Oh, bulletproof vest is 4. Okay. I mean, there are situations where that cancel does make a lot of difference. It's like, you know, you have to like play an asset to help you fight and you just like didn't have it out yet or something, or you just have to do something, you know, like engage a different target off of somebody else. Either of those situations, you know, you cancel an attack of opportunity, it does come up. It's 2 costs, which is pretty cheap as well. So on the people that can take this, I mean, it's on relevant types as well. It's like solid, but like I can't rate it that highly, I think. Flavor wise, I think it's like fine. It's literally a piece of body armor. And then fun wise, I don't know. It's not doing a lot for me, I think. Not super exciting. I'll give it a 4. Alright, next. Blood of Nian. Cat. Okay. 2 cost, event, 3 experience, commits for Brain Fist. The Brain Fist commits recently, so just me. Anyway. Oops. Clairvoyant, Hunter, Sorcerer only. Fight, you may use your brain instead of fist for this attack. For each empty hand slot you have, you get +2 skill value and +1 damage for this attack. This attack defeats a non-elite enemy. Add that victory display and attach Blood of Kinyan to it. Okay, so the idea is that like if you kill something with this, you could throw it into the victory display and have them presumably never spawn again. Ideally, you want to have at least 2 empty end slots. I guess theoretically you could have more if you played something like, what is it, Astral Projection, Astral Mirror, or whatever that card is. I've always wanted to make that card work, and I just haven't ended up actually adding it to any of the decks I've played. But you could conceivably get more than 2 empty hand slots, which is funny. To get like, you know, +6, +3, that would be wild. I guess the unfortunate part is that like this is like kind of like a remove from game-esque spell if it defeats the enemy, which sucks. But as like a kill spell itself. I feel like even just using it as a kill spell, it's fine. But 3 XP is just, I don't know. It's a lot. It's just a lot for 3 XP when you could just be playing like Spectral Razor. I get the feeling that this is like not that good because the special effect on it is like just kind of pretty conditional. In terms of like Hinyan doing the flavor part, I mean, I guess like, you know, it makes sense that like there's like these two snakes that you're channeling from two hands, you know, as like your arcane, which is why it's like for each empty hand slot that you get. Whether or not like why it, you know, attaches to the victory display, it's like you're banishing them to the shadow realm or something. I don't know. I'll put a 5 on this. I would be interested in using this though. I think it would be kind of cool just to see it go off. I want to like use it with like a souped up setup where you have like a lot of empty hand slots and getting going higher than the +4, +2. I think that would be cool. Alright, Storm Ruler. Getting really high XP costs up here now. So 4 XP. It's a 3 cost asset, takes up a hand slot, commits for Breakfast again. Some kind of jeweled dagger thing. Item relic weapon melee for Blessed Clairvoyant Sorcerer, which is almost the same. These like overlaps are tripping me up. There's always like 2 people that are like really close together. I feel like they should have split it up a little bit more. Blessed Clairvoyant Sorcerer only. You can fight with it to add your brain to the skill value of this attack, which is already pretty nuts. If this attack is successful, in addition to its standard damage, you may exhaust Storm Ruler to deal 1 damage to an enemy at your location for each. Skull Cultist Squid or tablet revealed during this attack up to a maximum of 3 damage. Ooh, okay. Okay, so it benefits off of like revealing a lot of tokens, which, you know, there's definitely synergy there for that. I mean, the fight adding brain by itself, it makes this already pretty valuable. And you can get +4 damage on this. That's crazy. This seems like a pretty good weapon. And something that's like worth teching the revealing token stuff for. 4 damage, holy shit. Yeah, I mean, I would play this for sure. In terms of like the storm for flavor, I mean, I like the art, but I don't really know if it really makes sense for the effect in this context. Like, what about like the symbols is making this Storm Ruler do whatever it's doing? Strength wise, I mean, this seems pretty strong. You do have to, you know, it's like a conditional strength thing, but like it's a build around, right? So I guess I'll give it a 9 for that reason. It's not going to be quite as consistent as like, I don't know, the highs are really high on this, I think, but you do basically need to do something in order to have it deal more than 1 damage consistently. So maybe for that reason I'll bump it down a little bit. Alright, motivational speech 4. Which is interesting. They put a upgrade card basically on an originally Guardian card, which I guess they can shift to Civic Performer Socialite. It is a 0 cost 4 XP event for Brain Book Wild. Oh my god, my head. Alright. Civic Performer Socialite only. Parlay, choose an investigator at your location. That investigator may play an ally asset from their hand at no cost. Then that investigator may trigger an ability on that asset, ignoring all costs. Oof. That's strong. It's pretty damn strong. I mean, you know, Charlie Kane can run this for sure. But anybody pretty much gets a ton of value off of this. But you can just run this as like a resource card by itself. But it can help other people as well. I wish we got this as like a generic motivational speech upgrade. But I guess, you know, whatever. Yeah, I kind of wish it was just, this is just Ink Guardian, but that's okay, I guess. You know, motivational speech wise, in terms of the flavor, I think, you know, the original one made context. I don't know why, I guess you really motivated them to, like, I guess, do their job, I guess. So I can give this an 8 for that reason. I'm not like that incentivized to play this, but I do think it is a pretty strong card. It might be higher than 8, but maybe not, because it is kind of like a one-off thing. So we'll see. Archibald MacBee. 5 experience, 4 cost asset. He commits for Book Wild, although once you're getting to 5 XP assets, hopefully you're not committing stuff like that. For assistants, reporters, and scholars, has 4 secrets, you get 1 book. Secrets on assets you control may be spent as resources to pay for insight events you play. He has 2/3 soak and takes an ally slot. Is this worth 5 XP? So basically, it lets your secrets turn into resources specifically for insights. I mean, I guess Agatha, question mark, maybe, but it seems a little niche to be like good. It's also 5 XP. I don't know if this is worth 5 XP, honestly. 1 book as well. Yeah, I'm not that high on this card first impression wise, but I imagine it is probably still okay. I actually probably will not play this much. I just the XP cost is wild. Unless there is some like thing I can, like some good synergy I can think of later on that you can like use this with, but like there's not that many insight synergy people that I can think of off the top of my head other than Agatha. And even her, like, I don't know. Flavor wise, I mean, this guy looks sad, man. He looks sad. Yeah, he's alright. I'll pop him up to a 5. Alright, is this the last couple? Yeah, I think the last couple. These are all 5 XP now. Library Pass 5. It's a permanent library pass. Interesting. Item Miskatonic. I'll give it the same whatchamacallit. Actually, for the fact that it's permanent, maybe I'll give it a 9 instead. I feel like it makes sense, you know, you have the library pass. Okay, Miskatonic Scholar, only a permanent, limited 1 per deck. So during your turn, if there's no attached asset to library pass, exhaust it, attach a tome asset from your hand to library pass. Detached asset takes up no slots. When your turn ends, you must either pay 1 resource or place the attached asset on the bottom of your deck. So the difference with this library pass is you can check out a book for a longer period of time as long as you pay for it. So instead of just paying the 1 to get 1 turn, you could keep paying 1 to retain the cost of the tome. And then when you don't want it anymore, you can throw it at the bottom of your deck. I mean, the free action play here is just nuts. And like, as long as you keep it in play for like under the amount of that it takes to pay for the card, normally, I mean, even if you do keep it up, like, you still save the action that it took to play the card using the library pass. This goes insano on like on Daisy or something, but like, I mean, tome synergies just like exist out the wazoo, and the fact that this is like permanent now makes it like even stronger than normal library pass, which I gave like a 6.5. I mean, this is like borderline 9 at least, I think. If you're playing any tome synergy guy, like, I mean, it just seems crazy. 5 XP, this is like a 5 XP worthy permanent for sure. I will play this, most certainly. I think it's that good. I mean, there's some good tomes out there. Okay, I'm not gonna write all that. Mauser, it's a 4 cost, 5 XP, anti-rifle, anti-tank rifle, I guess. Asset commits for fist, item, weapon, firearm, hunter, veteran, ward, deck only, uses 1 shell. I've seen this. So it's like a 1 shell. You can fight with it to gain +5/+3, and you can exhaust it to put the shell back. I mean, +5/+3 is some not so numbers, but they're not really that out of line compared to like would I rather have this or would I rather have a Gatling gun? I kind of wish they didn't have the specialist tag for these, you know, because I remember I was like reading about this card actually, because I have seen this one before, and it's like the people that take these tags, the hunter, veteran, warden, can all basically play the other big guns. But I guess it makes sense that, you know, like a veteran would play this gun and not like mid. So, you know, it's fine. But, you know, +5/+3 is a solid stat line. You get to replenish it indefinitely. It is good, I think, if you just need to be popping things. Like, most of the time, you know, 4 damage is enough to 1 tap like almost anything other than like the boss people. But for against those people, then you might have to think about running something else. But then, you know, I think this could combo with like a trench armor, right? You could like exhaust this to put the shell back and then have the guy attack you, but then you can cancel the opportunity. But yeah, the 1 shell thing is a little bit limiting, I think. It's not bad though. I think the flavor on this is solid. You know, loading the tank shells. I don't know where you're pulling the shells from, so I guess I have to dock a point compared to like other ammo. But everything else on the gun is solid. And I think I would consider at least trying to run this, just to see how it compares to some of the other big guns. On their heels, 2 cost, 5 experience asset. It's a talent. Commits for book, fist, wild. For detective, hunter, police, reporters. Limit 1 per investigator. Has 5 leads. After you enter a location with 1 or more enemies, spend 1 lead and exhaust on their heels. Either discover a clue at your location or deal 1 damage to an enemy at your location. What the fuck? That seems good. It is 5 XP. But that's like, if you get this, God, it's really good. Especially like, If you drag an enemy around, does that count if you enter a location with one or more enemies? I feel like it doesn't, but if it does, that makes it even better. But even without that, I feel like this is still pretty good. Free clue, free damage. I mean, you're probably taking the free clue more often, but like the damage will come up. Oh, this is good. It is a little bit expensive at 5 XP, I think. But the effect is, I can't really complain about the effect. I suppose the flavor makes sense. You know, you got some, I guess you hired some dogs to help you out. Fun wise, I mean, I don't know. Seems okay. I imagine I could play it, but it's very much more of a luxury purchase than something you would build around. Alright, Sacred Oath. I assume that we have to do check all these separately. Whoops. Sacred Oath. But I'll just do these together. I think you have to play them together, right? They're myriad. Yeah. So okay, it's a 1 cost, 5 experience asset. Commits for a couple different things. It is a pact for cultist cursed silver twilight only. Fast myriad. Limit 1 oath. There's 3 different oaths: the oath of loyalty, oath of order, and oath of wisdom, which commit for boot, fist, and book, respectively, along with Brain Wild, which is on all the cards. They all can stack into the same arcane slot, and then when you draw certain treacheries with particular tags, you can discard a copy of Sacred Oath to cancel that revelation and discard it. So this is like, you know, you pay 1 XP to potentially cancel certain weakness treacheries related to, like, so loyalty does pact and terror. It would cancel a pact or a terror. Order cancels a curse or a hex, and wisdom cancels an omen or a power. But that is like super conditional for like a 5 XP thing. So I think it would be better if like you could stack all these together and then they like each gave you like a, I don't know, a secret maybe, and then you could spend that secret. But the problem is like secrets you can abuse, but like you could spend like some resource on it to then cancel something related to the amount of these oaths that you have in play. That would make it like stronger, I think. I feel like this by itself is just like way too much investment for a little bit of gain. So I'm not particularly high on this. I also don't think it's really that good flavor-wise either. I mean, I guess you're taking an oath, but like, I don't know. I'm not high on this either. I'm probably not gonna play this. Doesn't seem like my kind of card. Alright, Dimensional Vortex. It's a 2-cost event spell, 5 experience. These have all been 5 experience for the past couple ones. Commits for Brain Fist Wild. It's a spell for performer sorcerers only. Fast, play when the investigation phase begins. Choose location, set each non-elite enemy at the chosen location. Set aside each non-elite enemy at the chosen location. Until the end of the round, they are not at any location and are immune to player card effects. When the round ends, return each of these enemies to the chosen location exhausted. Max once per game. Okay. So basically, you use this and like suck up all the enemies somewhere for 1 turn while you get to like do stuff there, and then I guess like theoretically you could just like run away afterwards and just leave all of them there. And they would be exhausted, which is nice. Or you could keep them there as well, because they're exhausted for 1 turn. That's like a better cunning distraction. Although you have to pay 5 XP for it. It's only on performers and sorcerers. I mean, I don't know, that seems pretty good, really, if you do pay for the XP. The fact that they're like not at any location means any of their like weird effects can like don't have to apply to you, which is nice. You might want to just like use this to single out an elite enemy for 1 turn. That could be good as well. I like it. I mean, I would at least definitely try to play this card, I think. Flavor wise, I think this is like a almost for in terms of the winning. Like the Dimensional Vortex, the name, the art, and the effect are all like synergized here. I think it's very, very solid for in terms of what it's doing on the flavor end. Strength, yeah, I mean, I think it's good. I think it's pretty good. It is a little bit high experience-wise though, so I'm gonna dock a point for that. And it is max once per game, which kind of sucks. Imagine recurring this. I would love to recur this. Parallel Agnes? I mean, she's not a sorcerer though, is she? Alright, I think this is the last card. I have seen this one, but I can give some comments. So, Memories of Another Life, we've got Safina painting something. The art, the detail on this card, I don't know if it's just the bigger image, but it's like incredibly high fidelity. Oh, I don't know what's going on with her hand here. It's a little weird. Cause like, is her thumb? What is this? Is that just like the thing? I won't think too much about it. Alright, Memories of Another Life, 5 experience skill. Commits for Wild Wild, it's an innate. Artist, Believer, Dreamer, Sorcerer deck only. If the skill test is successful, you may remove Memories of Another Life from the game to search your collection for any non-permanent level 0 card, even if it does not meet your deck building requirements. Play that card at no cost. At the end of the game, return that card to your collection. So, I mean, this card's like insane. I will play this card at some point. I do like that they're like adding some of these like really, really wild cards that like let you play stuff that's out of your collection. Because it just like opens up so much like space in terms of like doing some creative stuff that you couldn't otherwise do. The strength of this is like, I mean, at base it is only committing for like the 2 wild, and so that is like not good, but the payoff is immense, and so like the 2 experience or like the 2 wilds is gonna let you win against like most things. And then like any non-permanent level 0 card played at 0 cost, like especially some of the big like double actions that they introduced last cycle in Hemlock Vale, so like Task Force and like Thorough Inquiry, Elaborate Distraction, Testing Sprint, like all these things are just like feel nuts so to play as like a no cost extra thing. Like even at level 0, like there's a ton of stuff that you can play. So I feel like, you know, it is 5 XP, but like I feel like you probably get pretty good value out of that 5 XP just on the nature of it being so flexible, you know. Like you just play it and then you can just like do whatever needs to be done at that particular phase of the game. You just do it, right? It's just nuts. Like, even something as simple as like a scout ahead, you know, like moving 3, like, already is just nuts. And then flavor-wise, I feel like this makes sense, you know, memories of another life, you kind of like vision something else happening. So I guess she's thinking about, I don't know, being like a archaeologist, I guess, in this image. So I feel like that makes sense on the flavor end. It doesn't get the 10, I think, in terms of dimensional vortex, because I fucking think that this is sick. But I mean, this comes pretty close. Alright, God, we're done. It's 1:23 a.m. Alright, that took a little bit longer than I thought, but I hope that you guys enjoyed. So let me just take a little look here. So here, let's do a little filter. What are my oops, not this. Okay, that works. Things I find the strongest: Gloria Goldberg, The Great Work, and my conditional formatting, which doesn't count. Good Weather, Gift of Nodens, True Awakening, Library Pass 5, Memories of Another Life. Okay, I mean, makes sense to me. Biggest flavor wins: Transfiguration, Dimensional Vortex, Library Pass, Memories of Another Life, Spiritual Echo, Catch, Name Your Price, Eldritch Brand, and the things I think will be the most fun: Transfiguration, Memories of Another Life, Gift of Nodens, Library Pass 5. Okay, I mean, Spectral Shield, you know, Glimmer of Hope, Storm Roller, Bound for the Horizon. Okay, got some other stuff out there, but I think you can kind of tell some of the cards that I'm definitely looking most forward to. But with that, I need to get ready for bed because I need to go to work tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed if you are around, and yeah, I don't remember when this gets released, but I hope soon, and I'm looking forward to playing it. Alright, goodbye.